Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a very merry holidays, and we are back with more Demacia Cup action, and this time we are plowed right into the quarterfinal. We're kicking it off with Invictus Gaming versus Top Esports, but first and foremost, I may see this beautiful man right next to me is Fulls, and we're here to bring you all the action in and out of the Summoner's Rift. And Fulls, how were your holidays? How are you doing?
Happy holidays to everyone that celebrates. That was a beautiful December 25th, if I may say, and I can't wait to end it up with some LPL, going from Santa Claus to the first best of 5 of the quarterfinals of the Demacia Cup. I'm super excited to be doing this with you, AC. We got some really interesting rosters going up in this one, so what more could you ask for?
I mean, right now, I got a couple of things I could ask for, you know, fun games, 5 matches on this best of 5. But first and foremost, I want to ask do you know how did we get here from the very beginnings on the group stage? Because there was 2 of them, Fulls. There were 2 group stages where we had 2 streamer teams due to the disband of 2 very illustrious teams, one of them being RNG. But regardless, we did go from 2 group stages. Group stage number 1 had 4 teams each, including 2 streamer teams, mind you. And out of these 2 group stages, 2 teams qualified into stage 2 of groups, where each had 5 teams among them. And they were these 2 groups were composed of top 2 teams from either teams, and they were introduced into Group A and Group B, where we qualified 3 teams to meet up with anyone's legends in Top Esports in the knockout stage, where we are right now. And from here on out, Fulls, everything is best of 5.
Yeah, so we see ALT and TES get to sort of spawn in that knockout stage, and that's all thanks to their Worlds performance in the last Worlds, right? And so, you know, obviously that Top Esports roster got pretty far, but that's not these guys, man. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys stack up against basically the top 8 of the LPL in the Demacia Cup. So it's going to be super interesting. IG also fielding a very new roster. We're not having Rookie, of course, in the Demacia Cup since he's taking a break, but super interesting that both teams are having some players taking breaks, you know, so we'll get into all that. But yeah, we'll see how they can stack up.
True, but before we do see how they stack up, I also want to see how the quarterfinals actually are stacking up. So we do have Invictus Gaming looking at Top Esports straight in the eye, but this is how the groups ended, Fulls.
Yeah, so we're looking at the standings here, and it's super interesting to see the EDG with the 4-0. But, I mean, IG coming in 2nd place. That's going to be one of the teams we're taking a look at tonight. And, you know, they're doing really well for themselves. So, Top Esports, of course, as we mentioned, sort of spawning in this stage of the tournament, meaning we don't have any gameplay footage on them. We don't have a win-loss record for them. We don't know what to expect, and we'll see how they can match up against the 3-1 that IG delivered in Stage 2.
True. The only real metrics that we have on Top Esports were their last performances on Worlds, and like you said, it's a slightly different team. Some might be a little bit,
to say the least.
To say the least, you know, some might say, oh, you know, it's a good thing, change is good, and all of that. Quote Kazakhs on that one. But at the end of the day, we'll need to see if they stack up well against Invictus Gaming's top performers on their roster. Now, with these standings, you see that 3 teams from either side passed over to the quarterfinals. Right now, this is our first quarterfinal, which is Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming. But to be fair, Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming, where Top Esports were meant to be the favorites, well, I don't know. It feels like everything is up in the air, Fulls.
Yeah, this is probably one of the closest of the quarterfinals in this playoff bracket here. I mean, we got a really, really well-stacked playoff bracket, if you ask me. A really good draw here. This is going to be super exciting. You know, I will touch on my favorite matchup as well, going to be that OMG versus LNG. We've seen what those teams can do against one another. And, you know, this right here, again, this matchup, I just want to really hit this point home. We have not seen what this could look like. We have no idea what to expect tonight. We're really hoping that this is going to be an even matchup that goes the distance. And, yeah, this is a super key matchup to see how this semifinals and quarterfinals are gonna materialize.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, and I feel like the top bracket is going to be to anyone's pickup. Honestly, it's going to be a matter of seeing which teams really stand out in these quarterfinals. I'm happy to see new blood coming into the field, but at the same time, will this new blood survive? Well, I mean, you've heard of trials by fire, but will they survive the trials by top esports? Who knows? Do we know the falls? Do we know the trial by fire, but the trials by top esports? Because we have 4 new players stacking up in the roster for top esports right now.
Yeah, so again, this is going to be super interesting as, again, these players start in this stage, and this is not necessarily where they belong because they didn't get to actually be them performing at the Worlds last year to earn this spot. So we get to highlight these guys. Sorry if I'm butchering some of the pronunciations, but we got Zuion instead of 369, Nia in the mid lane, and we got Jiachi replacing Jakilov on his hiatus. He's actually not going to be returning for Season 1 of the LPL.
Do we know that already?
Jiachi, yep, we do have some insider info. At least Jakilov announcing that he's going to be taking some sort of a break, at least for one split of the LPL. So Jiachi will be sticking around for the TES roster. Pay close attention to him because we will be seeing more of him. And then in the bot lane, again, a super interesting dynamic. We don't know who TES wants to go with. It could be Feng Ye and it could be Hong. So perhaps if Feng Ye performs, then he's going to earn that starter spot for himself. So really keep the eyes on the bot lane for these tryouts.
True. I mean, Feng Ye is, he's been, from what we know, he's traveled with the team before into multiple international events, but he never really was fielded. So like you said, this could be, once again, a trial by fire for these fresh players on the top esports roster. Some of them came from the development team, from the LDL. Some of them were, around the block already, but most of them, this is their debut on the main roster of top esports, and they have Invictus Gaming to face off against. It is one heck of a trial by fire, but I mean, this all wouldn't be possible without the very exclusive and very, very unique LPL's Got Talent Fools.
Yeah, so again, we're going to be able to see, of course, with the Demacia Cup, a bunch of the young and rising stars in the league from the LDL getting their shot in the big league, right? This isn't necessarily the main season, so teams are feeling a bit more ambitious, a bit more adventurous, if you will, in fielding some of their younger players, some of their rookies, to see how they do match up against some of these players who really are renowned. And if you take a look at this graphic here, we've actually got all 5 of the top esports players as players that we can take a look at from these LDL rising stars. We got some other familiar faces in here, and yeah, it's going to be super interesting. We've even got IG's mid laners, so this is going to be a spectacle, to say the least, with these young players on the show tonight.
I mean, most of the times it's great when you bring out new blood on the field, you bring out new ideas, you bring out new perspectives, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Look at Billy, for example. Billy have been in a downward spiral ever since they left Worlds, and they're continuing on that downward trend. They've finished dead last in their groups as well on the stage 2 of groups. But I mean, let's take a closer look at the actual roster of top esports. For those of you that don't know, there's 5 brand new players here on top esports side, and we are starting off with Zuion on the top lane, Nayu in the jungle, Nia is mid lane, Jiachi in the AD carry role, and Feng Ye on the support. Big shoes to fill here, fools.
These are really big shoes to fill. We cannot emphasize this enough. The one player who can really be a pillar for this team is going to be Nayo in the jungle, because that is their starting jungler. He is familiar with this organization. If their playbook, so to speak, is downloaded, he can really make sure to be, especially as the jungle position, that pivotal impact that can help influence the game in their favor, really being around the map, communicating, shot calling, being a leader for this team. Eyes on Nayo.
Eyes on Nayu. Let's see if the jungler can actually have what it takes to make up or to face off against the squad of Invictus Gaming. Now, Invictus Gaming, they do have a little bit of a warm-up. They've been through groups. They already know the ins and outs of the brand new winter map on the Summoner's Rift. But Invictus Gaming also have some fresh blood on their hands as well. Silvero in the top lane, Wei is heading towards the jungle, Renard in the mid lane, Foddick and Jue in the bot lane. What do we have to say about the squad?
You know, and it's a really interesting parallel stacking up Invictus Gaming versus Top Esports, because as I just highlighted, we're really going to be looking at Nio in the jungle position for TES. And if you take a look at IG, I really think Wei is, again, that same sort of pillar, anchor, whatever you want to call it, who can really help ground this team, keep them together, really help them, you know, mesh and have the proper chemistry, because we are bringing in some new players. We have Renard coming in from the LDL, really getting this promotion while Rookie's taking his Demacia Cup break. And, you know, who I'm really interested in, who really hasn't proven himself, because we've seen Fotic in the league, you know, and Jue as well going to be with Fotic, is that my eyes are going to be on Saboro in the top lane here. This is a player actually coming from not the LCK, but the LCKCL, and he dominated the LCKCL in the secondary league over in Korea. He really made a name for himself, finishing the first place on Team FearX Youth, and he also done well in all the tournaments that he's played in. So I think that's why he's actually getting his shot in the primary league over here in China. And I might have even met the guy, you know, at FearX for myself. So I've got a soft spot for him. And I hope Saboro remembers me, but, you know, that's up to him. And I just hope that he can, you know, show a reason for everyone else to remember him tonight.
I mean, truth be told, there are so many illustrious players that have climbed their way onto the top ranks of the world in League of Legends that came from the LCK Challenger Series, or the LCK CK. In this case, Saboro comes straight from there. The LCK Challenger playoffs. I mean, first place, he cleared it out on the playoffs in 2025. He cleared first place in EC Asia with a 7-0 record, and apparently highest GPM top in Group A. This has been quite the debut for their new top laner in Invictus Gaming. And we're talking about top lane. It's not an easy role to be, you know, the standout player, but Saboro has been able to do it, folks.
Yeah, Saboro is really that guy in the top lane, filling pretty big shoes there with Cagel's favorite player, the Shy. I mean, how can you possibly live up to that reputation? He certainly seems to be more of a consistent, stable player, really what this team needs, and if anything, maybe more of a asset to Rookie in the later stages of the LPL once things really unfold getting into the season, because, you know, he can be more of an asset than a liability. So I really like Saboro, as you said, the highest DPM in the group, because he seems to be picking more of these carry style champions, really renowned for his Rumble. So I would not be surprised one bit if TES banned this guy's Rumble every game of this series.
And we're just to reel back here into a little bit for you guys at home, just to DPM, damage per minute. I mean, we're talking about a top laner, full damage per minute, like having the highest DPM in a top laner. It takes a lot of pressure out of mid, and it takes a lot of pressure out of the AD carry role if your top laner is able to be dishing out that amount of damage. If he's being able to pump out those consistent numbers, if he's being able to be a reliable threat, it completely changes the way that you're playing League of Legends. You're no longer relying on having, hey, a massive tank in the top lane. It opens up avenues from some things that we've also already seen in group stages, which are tanks in the mid lane, be it a Galio, be it a Swain, that's been showing up here and there as well. Invictus Gaming, they have flexibility, and if they can play around that flexibility, it is going to be really, really good for them moving forward, I would say.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming certainly going to be the team to beat in this series, just given the fact that they did have a really good showing in Stage 2 just then. I think that the games they played were really nice. We just recently saw them secure the 2-1 over NIP, and I think Saboro was pretty big MVP in that series, even though he's new, making his debut here in the LPL. And I just want to really remind everyone to take a look at the junglers tonight, okay? Because if not for Nio, I'm not sure that IG would have even made it out of Stage 2. I'm pretty sure he's the one who's really keeping this team together like glue, and that's going to have to be the case, or sorry, I was referring to Wei in that case, and we're gonna have to see the same out of Nio on top esports, because he's the pillar, and Wei is sort of the same thing on the other side. So it's a total head-to-head in the jungle position for this particular best of 5 series.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll have to wait and see exactly what these teams have to give us here in this best of 5 series, because reminder, in the best of 5 series, you know, fearless drafts, etc., usually when teams get to game 5, it gets a little bit clunky because champion pools are limited, but we're maintaining the same tendency that we saw throughout Group Stage 1 and Group Stage 2, where the last game is no bans with blind picks, and oh my lord, I am so looking forward to see a Game 5 in this series. Some people say it's not possible. Some people are throwing in the hat for top esports. But I like best of 5s. You know, I like best of 5s for their unpredictability, and I'll be damned if I don't want to see a Game 5 here tonight.
And, you know, this might just be the next level format because throughout all of the Demacia Cup, we've had the tiebreaker games in the best of 3 so far and being the blind pick for Game 3. And this is the first stage of the tournament where we're going to be seeing best of 5s. And I'm sure, as everybody knows, in Fearless best of 5s, when it gets to Game 5, those drafts can be extremely volatile. Oftentimes, the entire Nexus is decided at the pick ban phase of the game, and that's just far too open-ended. So I think it's going to be perfect to have 4 games of Fearless, and we can have the climactic finish of the best of 5 blind pick. That would be the best case scenario. So I hope that's what we get to see tonight. Don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but I mean, Top Esports can definitely give IG a run for their money.
Don't you dare jinx this. Don't you dare jinx this for everyone. As Top Esports, they're getting off on the blue side. Invictus Gaming are on red. Ben's already coming out. A lot of things are left open. Azir is open. Yunara is open for the time being. Fools, we see a Malphite ban. I haven't seen a Malphite ban in years.
Yeah, Malphite, not the champion you see banned every day, especially on the blue side. But, you know, I guess it makes sense given the success he's had in the tournament. And we have the first pick, Evelyn, the invisible... No, I'm playing. That's definitely a bug.
You had me going for a minute.
Well, I their first pick, invisible, man. They definitely got to look into that as Timo or Evelyn or something. But no. Yeah, so they're obviously going to remake the draft, and we're going to get to see. But I found that interesting that it was actually... ban, I believe it was IG, even though we have them inverted here. I think it was IG on the red side banning out the Rumble. And I think that makes perfect sense because it would be a total strategy as Top Esports here to just pick the Rumble in the first
Wait, no, it is Top
pick of the
Esports
series.
On blue.
Yeah, Top Esports on blue,
yeah.
Exactly. So Saburo banned out his own Rumble. That's my point here. And I think that that's really interesting. It's just kind of showing that we don't want Top Esports to pick that away from us so that they can save that ban stock for the rest of the series. So perhaps when IG's on blue side, then the Rumble will be up to Top Esports to ban.
That would be the strategy, but that also means that you are kind of burning up a ban of your own. Now, this first rotation draft here from Top Esports, it is massively good, very, very powerful, very volatile, very explosive engage. Now you have the Scion on the top lane to just hold down the perimeter here for Top Esports, and then you hold with a Kiana and with a Scion, or with a Kiana and an Orianna. Orianna, the ball delivery system, you have a Kiana that can deliver the ball into the backline. She gets invisible and she can get into really, really tight spots. And Invictus Gaming need to step up their game, but immediately their response is going to be with a Rek'Sai top.
Yeah, I find oftentimes in the first games of the series that this Orianna Wukong dynamic can just be so threatening. So it makes sense that IG want to take away the Wukong, and why Top Esports don't want to allow that combo to be snapped up by IG either. I think responding with the Kiana is certainly a very powerful choice, just the only problem being that Wukong is of course a champion who loves to stack that armor with his passive and can be a lot harder to one-shot than otherwise the case might be. And of course, Rek'Sai being a really good pick here to not be too vulnerable to the Kiana either. Again, a really good pick into the Scion as well. But we've just seen time and time again, patch after patch, the Scion has just been the supreme, superior top laner, you know, in terms of the tanks.
Do not dare call for nerfs.
So we better see this champ have a 100% champion select presence in these quarterfinals, just because that champ is far too powerful to not pay attention to.
That absolutely is true. But what I am noticing is that Zweyan is on the mid lane and Ya is top, as opposed to their supposed roles. Or Zweyan would be top lane and Ya would be mid.
Yeah, I mean, they might be ahead of us on some Season 16 next level stuff where Nia can get the level 20 and Zhuang can get the empowered recall. I mean, I'm just playing because I'm pretty sure this has got to be some kind of a glitch. I would be very surprised to see them actually role swap out of the blue like that. So of course I'm assuming this is just some kind of, this is the first time actually that we've seen this new champ select format view, and it's actually very nice on the eyes, if I may say. This is I'm glad to see that they're stepping up the production quality here for us in the quarterfinals, looking pretty good. And so are both of the drafts for these teams. I'm really surprised to see that Annie 4-side red pick coming in here. So I think it's going to be a tough time killing this Scion.
Ooh, and the Scion is going to have a secondary tank on the backup for those heavy engages with Leona on the bot lane. Fengyu has Leona on hand to go with the Jhin. Very high pressure team, very explosive team. They somewhat want to get fast fights. They want to allow some time for Nayu to really navigate the back line with the Kiana, look for the right angles. But they can grind out the fight if need be. On Invictus Games side though, they're trying to respond explosiveness with explosiveness. The Wukong and the Annie are there to put a stop to those heavy engages and melt every single squishy that gets in their way. In this case, the Orianna, the Kiana, and the Jhin, they need to watch their step. They're gonna get tippers right in the face.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of the Annie, but the more I think about it, I actually find it to be a pretty good pick in this particular scenario, given that in the 1v1 versus Orianna, Annie can just be such a nuisance, really annoying, just with the Molten Shield, just always being able to E every time Orianna tries to poke you, meaning that you are going to kind of win out on most of those trades. Once things do kind of round out and Orianna starts to get some levels, like level 7, level 9, things like that, then she can really have favorable range advantage into the Annie. But of course, I was speaking on the Orianna Wukong combo being so prevalent with that crowd control engage possibility, but that's the exact same story for the Annie. And the reason why I like it so much here is these champs like Annie, like Syndra, like Vex even, where they have so much crowd control effectivity but also deal magic damage, they just get so countered by the Merc Treads. But if you bring Annie into a composition like this where you're having crowd control combinations with a knockup from Wukong and having not much magic damage otherwise on your team comp, it just means that the enemy team doesn't really get to build counterplay to you. So Annie can be super OP this game if he can get through the laning phase in the mid game.
Yeah, my issue here is how is Invictus Gaming going to deal with the massive tanks? You need to have Wukong in a very, very, very big paycheck here to clear out the Scion, to clear out the Leona, because they're just gonna bypass the Wukong. They're going to keep their carries safe and they're going to go straight into the back line. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes, because that's draft number 1. Reminder, this is a best of 5 series, and this is pretty much a top esports debut for everybody that's just joined us. It is quarterfinals day, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you had a very happy holidays, or have been having very happy holidays. Thus far, it's 0-0, and we're ready to head into the Summoner's Rift. Now, okay, so we just got information, ladies and gentlemen. The draft may be getting remade. We seem to have suffered a little bit of a little bit of a bug there. Got splat on the windshield, fools.
Yeah, I mean, you were speaking about Kha'Zix earlier. I think that it's time that, he gets splat, and I think it's probably just because, as you were saying, this is top esports. I would say their actual genuine official debut. We were looking at that LPL's Got Talent graphic earlier, and it really goes to show that these players want to impress. There's an audience watching them, not just all the viewers at home, but the scouts, the coaches, the GMs of these orgs, and they're really going to be watching closely about not only which players to field as starters, for example, in the bot lane with the case of the support role, but also in terms of which players might get picked up on alternate rosters, because just because these players are signed to top esports right now, they again have other players that would be starters that did advance to worlds, such as 369, such as Cream. And so these LDL players can actually really get some eyes and get signed onto other teams and then get their shot at the real tier 1 when 2026 rolls around. So you really want to have your best possible showing here so that you can get your promotion. And I think these guys are going to be trying their hearts out in their debut tonight.
True. And I mean, when it comes to coaching staff, the coaching staff is still there for top esports. The same minds behind the drafts are still going to be around now. Players might not be as flexible when it comes to their champion pools, but we expect them fully to be ready with this new meta, because younger players, they don't have as much to, or more recent players, they don't have as much of a showcase, so they can have their own pools. They can be inside the meta rotation, and we saw the Malphite bans, we saw the Jace bans. We know that these champions are currently very powerful in their respective roles, and now in the jungle as well. And these players, well, while there isn't much data behind them in tier 1 competitions, they still have a lot to show for it in their own development leagues. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at all to if we get to see an orange jungle sometime throughout this this knockout stage, or something of the sort.
You speak on the meta, and it's actually very interesting you bring that up, because we've seen that it has evolved over the course of this tournament. I don't think Malphite really had any spotlight in the first stage of the tournament, and then all of a sudden, come stage 2, Malphite just became this 100% win rate pick that eventually lost that win rate, but sort of had an extremely high presence. From that point onwards, we saw it was actually EDG that was able to just sneak out a few free wins just by picking Malphite and bringing back an 0-1 in the series. And we saw that champion can just be so oppressive, particularly if the enemy team is forced to do physical damage and you can just get value from that Sunfire Cape. That's not going to be the case in this obviously match right here, but we do have a Scion, and it's going to be a pretty similar story if this tank can even take any damage or go down whatsoever, because if this is like a 30-minute game, this, for example, side lane, if you have an Annie versus the Scion, you are not punching through that no matter how hard you and Tibbers try. So that champ's going to really scale hard this game, and we might have a bit of a draft gap on our hands just due to that factor alone, Scion just being so powerful in and of itself. But Rek'Sai on the other side is not a champ to scoff at either, and looks like we might finally be getting somewhere and getting ourselves onto the Rift for this first match.
Alright, so Soboro is playing Rek'Sai, and we all know ever since we've seen Worlds that Rek'Sai has been showing up in the top lane as a champion that directly counters the Scion. So there could be something for IG here in this game number 1, and Top Esports might need to be on the lookout, because we're heading into the Summoners Rift. Top Esports in blue, Invictus Gaming are in red. And one other thing that I wanted to bring your attention to is the Qiyana backing Conqueror here, Foles.
Yeah, so actually one of my really good friends, the jungler for Winthrop University, W.U. Wilson, is one of the best Qiyanas in all of North America, and he's taught me some wise lessons as a young man about this champ. And the one thing he taught me is never go Conqueror Black Cleaver. If you play Qiyana to be more of a bruiser than an assassin, you are going to almost always regret it, supposedly. I mean, this isn't coming straight from me. This is just some secondhand information. But from what I know, if you play this champion not to be an assassin, not to be one-shotting, you will just get hard outscaled. You will find yourself asking the question, why do I do no damage? So we'll see if what I've heard, this insider info, is accurate whatsoever. But it's going to be something to keep an eye on, is if this Qiyana is useless or if this Qiyana is extremely useful, because it's probably going to be one or the other.
I mean, truth be told, that's what they used to say about good old doggo Neferi, and yet she is a very, very prominent assassin bruiser type ordeal with the Black Cleaver, with the Spear Shojin. It brings out numbers. So in the grind fight, Qiyana might work. It could work on IU. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know, Foles. What I do know is we have some interactions, and Cleanse is on cooldown from Foddick.
Yeah, already in the bot lane, we're seeing some scrapping. This Leona champ can be super, super strong in the early game, just forcing out the cleanse, and that's just kind of the way that it goes here if you are getting stepped up too far, and that's just not the best start for IG, for Photic here, but we'll see based on the jungler's pathings if this is going to be completely fine, because we have Wei pathing towards the bot side and we have Nio pathing towards the top side. Again, we want to really spotlight these two players, because these are the players who have played for these organizations and are able to be leaders for their teams.
Oh boy. No, absolutely. And now Nayu is playing a champion who has substantially better clear times. I mean, Qiyana, ever since she got buffed into the jungle, she has been one of the top clears, or one of the top fastest clears in the Summoner's Rift, alongside Zed, alongside Zyra as well. And right now she's pretty much done with her first clear, ready to go into the blue buff, ready to go into the first Skull Crab. Like you said, they're doing the They're doing the opposite sides of each other, the junglers. They're not going to meet for first blood unless they want to contest the opposite scuttle. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm pretty sure both teams have full information on the whereabouts of the enemy jungler because both teams, well, they had the scuttle or they had the Raptor camp warded. So they have that full information on the whereabouts. Bot lane's already gone recalled. As you can see, the swap has happened. Zweyan is on the bot lane.
Yeah, and I wasn't paying proper attention to that, but it looks like after the first 3 waves, Jiachi already running straight top here, level 2, possibly baiting in this Rek'Sai, given he just used the tunnel forward, but I don't think he's nearly squishy enough to die here. He does get the flash out from Nio, so that is a decent look, but so fascinating that Jiachi would run top here.
True. I mean, and it is a flash on a Rek'Sai. You always have most of the times you're gonna have your tunnels. You just have to be a little bit more conservative on how you use them. Teleport coming in, and what the heck is this teleport? It's going straight into the middle of 3 players with top esports. Saburo just baits them all, and he tunnels out of that teleport. A bad situation made look good by Saburo here.
Yeah, so that's actually the thing with Rek'Sai is low-key this champ is the king of rage bait. You always think that you can kill him, that he's taking damage, and it's just neither of the above. He's tunneling out. He's healing it all the way back up. This champion is extremely frustrating to play against, and as Jin here, you don't even do damage.
Nope, and you have your cleanse out. That's first blood. Saburo, what are we doing? Top esports draws, or let's blood be drawn for Invictus.
Yeah, and I just really don't necessarily like it from the TES bot lane here to go straight top. It doesn't make much sense to me at all because Jhin versus Rek'Sai, that's one of the most sort of weak early game damage champions, or at least DPM champs versus one of the champions who can absorb the most damage in the game. And it's not like you're at much of a disadvantage, if any at all, in this bot lane 2v2. So it's a conscious choice to path top here and play around this top side when it's not going to be too favorable either way. So it's really interesting that this is how they're going about their debut. I mean, perhaps their coach knows something that we don't, but we'll see if this comes back to bite them.
I would say it would. Because top esports, they want to maintain investment here in the top lane. It's already proven to be not too fruitious here. Fengya is trying to stick around with Jiachi, but Saburo, I mean, he's already made his message clear. He can win the 2v1 any day of the week. He's playing a very mobile champion. He's playing a champion that can scale quite a little bit of HP. He can be a very big nuisance, and he can get free access into the backline. If we thought the top esports had the upper hand here in terms of due to their tankiness, I mean, Invictus Gaming, they're starting to look good here. They're starting to look good. Invictus are going to go for the first dragon of the game here, and I don't think top esports are in a position to contest this.
Yeah, as IG, you're completely welcome to do whatever you like, to start this dragon, to drop down the Tibbers for Prio, but I take that back because they don't necessarily have all the damage in the world to do this, with Leona immediately deploying into this bot side river, with Jhin being in range, and Kiana and Orianna being a pretty powerful duo right now. It looked to me that they'd be able to get that, but I think it's just the fact that Orianna still has her R and actually forced kind of Annie to press the Tibbers to match the mid lane Prio. So if Nio is able to get level 6, this could actually be TES's dragon. We'll see how the junglers play this out and if that strange pathing from TES bot lane comes to matter.
I want you to take a look at Saburo's exquisite lane control. He proxy farmed the wave so that his own wave could crash into the tower so that he could back up way his jungler to get vision on the enemy jungle. So he just toured top esports blue side jungle, got full information on the jungle camp timers, and gave that all away to Wei, helped them clear the scuttle crab, and he now maintains pressure over his way on the top side. This is, I mean, Zweyan does have a little bit of a CS advantage due to his tour towards the bot lane, but Saburo, he's got 300 extra gold in his pocket, 500 extra gold in his pocket right now.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning for the Rek'Sai. Just you wait until he starts getting even more HP, until he starts getting tankier, because once he got that Tiamat into a Titanic Hydra as well, he deletes the waves. He has tunnels everywhere. He can proxy anytime he likes, and he's pretty much under no threat whatsoever for the entirety of the game. We'll see if they can actually catch him out here. Another cheeky look from Jiachi.
Unstoppable onslaught right on top of Saburo, but he does not land the knockup, but that Q is going to be enough for the decimating smash to take home the kill on Saburo. Like Icarus got too close to the sun, Saburo got too close to the Scion, but still Invictus Gaming, they respond with the kill elsewhere in the mid lane.
Yeah, Zhuayan decimates Saburo before he can get to the tunnel, before he can escape. But whilst we're paying attention to that, Nia gets slain in the mid lane. And without, it looks like Annie or Wukong expending their ultimates, it must have been, of course, Photic with the Chains of Corruption on cooldown here. Perhaps we'll get a replay. But for now, Wei wants to start up these grubs.
Not only does he want to start them, he wants to finish them. That's 2 full grubs on the hands of Invictus Gaming. Counted 3. First Dragon is still up and about. They did not manage to get around to clear the big old lizard there. So Mountain Dragon is still on the field. First objective is on Invictus Gaming side, and so is 2 kills. So feats of strength, they're looking pretty good here on for the Invictus Gaming side for the time being.
Yeah, so unfortunately for TES, it looks like you have a decent play, but it's just completely stifled with IG having a better play of their own. We finally get this look here. Chains of Corruption coming out. CC comboed with the Rel. I mean, his flash isn't even up. You can't possibly survive that QW from Varus there. Photic even popping the elixir. That's why he's just doing insane amounts of damage, and Nia just completely disrespecting that. We'll see if this lead that Photic has now is going to end up being really, really annoying for the likes of Jiaqi.
Photic is starting to get a little bit of confidence on his side. He's trying to get the 1v1 on Jiaqi, but ultimately it's Invictus Gaming once again getting priority over the objective and starting it off for themselves. Saburo trying to heal back up. He's a little bit low, but it's Rek'Sai. Infinite sustain Rek'Sai. Starting to take a little bit too much damage up against Bayon. But Dragon is going to fall in favor of the Invictus squad. Nayu getting a little bit late to the party there, Fengye as well. And ultimately, Tibbers goes down on Nia, but nothing comes out of it. He just wants to push the wave, you know, get a little bit of poke, get a little bit of distance from behind the wave, but Invictus Gaming, they're pushing their weight around.
Yeah, and it's IG. Getting the Mountain Drake is so imperative this game. You can't possibly give that over to Sion or Leona. So I'm really glad to see that they got that for their sake. Even securing the grubs as well. They're well on their way to both the feat of strength for the feat of warfare and the feat of monster slaying. And the only weak side being is Saburo right now. I think just that one death he had to take up there from the Jin W getting caught off guard by the Sion, his ult, and his Q. I think Saburo's just going to have to make sure he's playing these next few turns a bit safer because Sion should have some prowess, should be able to out-trade him. And as long as they can weather that, I think that IG is in great shape across the map.
I would agree, but Sion is right now full build. He's already got the Bramble Vest and Bambi Cinder. He needs nothing else. But until those first few, but the thing about building it this way, I mean, Sion is a very powerful champion, like we've already discussed, but he is going to have a little bit of a delay when getting into the first items. I think the big power spike for his way out is going to be when the Unending Despair is on his inventory. Saburo, he's just trying to get out of it, and yep, a perfect, supreme display of talent is going to clear out the enemy top laner. Invictus Gaming, 2-2 on the board, and Saburo, the player that we expected to be the MVP here for Invictus Gaming, is already down 2 deaths.
I have a feeling we're going to see the feat of warfare go down any minute now. I mean, this Leona's pretty tanky. You can't dive this, but that is exactly what you need as TES and as Naya, because as Kiana, it's so important to be snowballing. You must be the lead as these assassin champs. He's even got a 1,000 gold advantage right now. And you got to find a weakness in the lines of IG, and as I was highlighting, I think it was the Rek'Sai. So that's the perfect look. Not only are you making their weak champ weaker, you're also making one of your champs who needs to snowball, giving them the ability to start that off as well.
True, and Sion can just fully stack. Oh my goodness, Jiaqi! It's
that champ's
big piercing arrow going through Jiaqi, but not enough to take him down. You mean? It's definitely going to bring him back to base, but not enough to put 300 gold in your pocket. Now, like you were saying, Sion is going to get massive, and the only magic damage source coming out of Invictus Gaming is going to be Renard, and Renard playing Annie. I don't think it's enough to clear out Sion's full HP, you know? They need to grind it a little bit more, and Annie's not known for her consistent damage output. She's a burst once, go back type of champion, you know?
I don't know if this is just me, but I was looking at the scoreboard gold lead, and it was just IG, IG, IG. They were just ahead the whole time, and now I look back up there, and there's a 1K gold lead TES despite both the objectives for IG. I'm not quite sure how that happened. I think Nile just got a huge play in the bot side after killing Saburo and taking plates as well. I think IG's had a lot of plates, actually. Believe it or not, they got 2 from the top lane, 2 in the bot lane. That's definitely going to help them out, and yeah, IG has actually pulled away with the gold lead here, believe it or not. And I think that's just due to Saburo kind of having a really weak start to the game.
True. And, I mean, Nayu is just playing Kiana. At the end of the day, it's the fastest champion clearing out jungle, even though they're actually head-to-head. But you're right, it was mostly the plates. It was mostly the fact that Top Esports were able to respond. Unstoppable onslaught right on top of Renard. The one chance to take down the Scion is not going to be enough. Supreme display of talent is going to take down Renard. Teleport's coming through from Invictus Gaming, but too little too late. The damage is done.
Yeah, the damage is really done at that. I mean, yeah, this is even nothing to scoff at as Orianna, or this is something to scoff at rather as Orianna. Don't worry about this. I mean, you burn the shockwave. It is what it is, but I really can't believe it. We saw this game state. It looked to me that IG would certainly get the feat of Warfare, and in this kind of a draft, when they're having, as we mentioned time again, the Scion and the Leona, that unkillability, if you will, with these just extremely tanky champions. Look, he's already having over 600 HP from his passive. Is that even balanced? Regardless, man, this is just insane to me. The TES is getting this gold lead and getting this this feat of Warfare for them. I think as IG, you need to be getting the feats of strength this game. You need to be getting the dragons this game, or else your draft just gets so outscaled by likes of Zuiana and these tanks.
Nope, watch out. Nayu is going to get engaged by Wei. The Kiana might be in trouble. 200 HP. Piercing arrow doesn't land, but it doesn't need to because Wei gets a solo bolo on the enemy jungler, bringing IG back on the board.
And that's what I get for speaking too soon. Wei has his number. We're burning ultis all over the board in the mid lane here. Cleanse even coming out from Jachi. The corruption matches to him.
But we're keeping on going. Jachi in the middle of the fight in the nitty gritty of it, trying to tank out Jue. Clears out his cleanse, pushes out double summoners from Fengye, but ultimately no blood has been drawn in the mid lane. Let's see if they progress. Let's see if they go for the dive. Jachi eats yet another piercing arrow with the floor, but nothing comes out of this. Just pressure around the mid lane, and Top Esports are forced to abandon the tower.
Yeah, and there's plays after plays in this game. I wasn't expecting it to really pick up the pace like this. And as Photic, this is just the reason you're drafting Varus. He's got 11 CS per minute. Are you seeing some of these piercing arrows? This champ is a reason he's getting picked in the first map of almost every series. Super high presence so far in the Demacia Cup. And as Wei there, that is really good look, finding Nio there, flashing on him, using the Cyclone. Nio has just no way out of that, and that's huge shutdown for Wei, giving him the XP lead over the Kiana now. And meaning this Kiana is going to have a really tough time killing this Wukong for practically the rest of the game. So with that being said, that is still the same story for this Scion. If we can't find a way to kill this Scion...
we're going for this. We are absolutely taking out Jue with this one. Spent a lot of resources, that shockwave, that solar flare, but it doesn't really matter. First tower goes down for IG, and that's feats of strength. They got the boot upgrades.
More of a
corruption now. Wei coming in as well. Photic still in the front line. One more rain of arrows is going to be enough, and Photic takes the kill on Jachi. Top Esports, they're stepping up for the challenge, but they're getting taken down time and time again.
Man, though, unfortunately, Jachi is not Jackie, because if they had Mr. Jackie Love down there, I think we would not be having some of these deaths in the bot lane out of TES. But I can't say enough about this TES game state right now. Even though they're down to 2 dragons, I think they're just so effective in this draft with those tanks. But we see here really good layering of CC. We had Leona, Jhin, and Orianna using as much crowd control as they can to make sure they get that pick on the rel. But you can't be stepping up this far as the Jhin. It looked like you could have just been completely out 1-for-0 there. Not only are you getting caught out, you're even burning flash.
The curtain's been called upon. Jue is in the front line, eats a 4th shot, but not enough to take him down. Teleports come in. Renard, right timbers on the face of Fengye, and that's going to be yet another kill from Invictus Gaming. They challenge every single pick, and they come out on top yet again.
Yeah, IG really wants to make sure this game stays active, because if they can get themselves to this Dragon Soul coming up in a couple minutes time here, they can really have some purchase in this game to have this really, really effective win condition. So all top esports really has to do, in my eyes, because as I was hitting home, their draft is extremely effective in this particular one, is if they could just win this 3rd dragon or 4th dragon fight, they should be in good shape. We'll see some trades coming out here, but nothing to be too concerned about as Nia. But that's, again, really annoying out of the rec side. It's a really strong pick. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of him in the Demacia Cup.
Exactly. And also the fact that, Orianna is also packing the Rite of Ages, gives her a little bit of extra tank in his Jhachi. Oh, buddy. Buddy. You can't be roaming him around the map alone like that. He gets absolutely demolished with Wade coming in. And ultimately taken out. Top esports, they're starting to lose steam as the game progresses into the mid-game falls.
Yeah, Photic is just the more experienced AD carry in the LPL, with Jhachi here coming up and making his debut. Photic really has his number. Absolute AD gap thus far, and if Nayo or Zuan can't step it up, this is going to be a problem.
Unstoppable onslaught straight into the backlines. Way on. Trying to get something done here, but Wei is just, no, I don't want to deal with this right now. Herald comes down into the mid lane. Top esports try to collapse. Solar Flare goes in. Supreme Display of Talent is good. That's a kill. That's 2, and Wei is forced to flash over the wall. They flash right behind him. Top esports still got something left in the tank as they clear house with Invictus Gaming in the mid lane.
Blink and you'll miss it. Top esports just deletes IG off the riff right there. Such an exquisite combo. Started off by Niall there. Shockwave in tow by Nia. Really, really, really game-changing combo there. They're probably going to have themselves a favorable map state to secure the next objective, and that can completely swing the game fully in top esports' favor.
True. And I mean, the fact that Nayo is playing Conqueror Kiana, he's not going into the Black Cleaver. He knows what's up. It takes a little bit longer to stack, and he is a little bit more fragile, but he's getting the job done. 4-1-2 on the Kiana is making him look really, really good as they head straight for the Otacon.
This might be too much.
It might be a little bit of a flippy, but Wei is way far behind, so this could be a free Otacon, and it is. Top Esports collected, and they collect the kill after that one. Saboro still tries to get something out of it, tries to sustain, tries to heal, eats up the redemption, gets double knockups. It sustains the fight for top east for the side of Invictus Gaming, who secure 3 kills off the back of that Atacon. The rest of the squad is trying to run away, but all that's left is Funge, who is deep into the jungle trying to recall.
I mean, every solo queue player has experienced this one before, where you have a super play taking place at around minute 20, and you use your tempo, you get a tower, and you think some assistance pings onto the Otacon. We've got 3 for 0 here as top esports. Why not fire this one up? And you can sometimes just completely underestimate how much time it takes to get this objective, and just how vulnerable you're gonna be after doing so. Even with the Axiom arc on the Kiana here, to have another ultimate coming out, it's just not enough, because look how deep IG can follow them thanks to this TP from Annie. Beautiful flash ult onto both of the carries.
I think the biggest thing here is the sustain. Even though Saboro was grievously wounded there from the Bramble Vest on his way on, he was still able to survive long enough for the team to collapse. Now, yeah, they didn't have Smite available, but the collapse was huge, and we're starting to see the problems with top esports' composition manifest, which is if they don't get a multi-target Supreme Display of Talent, an ultimate from Kiana there, to lock down multiple people, they quickly run out of resources to continue fighting. And we saw that. Invictus Gaming having Saboro completely free to dish out damage, completely free to sustain through, was able to buy so much time for Invictus.
So according to my macroeconomic formula, he's a really bit tank situation down here.
Wow.
But we're gonna be looking at this for a while if we have the camera down there. But yeah, I mean, according to what I think, that was a complete and significant blunder from top esports. Just given the fact you have handed IG a win condition when there was no need for that. After you get that 3 for 0, you have your say in what unfolds on the map, and they just over-indexed into staying and playing when they could have reset and had their posture on the map. This triple dragon threat for IG just means that everything is hanging on the balance on this Chemtech dragon, the next one spawning here. This dragon soul, all you gotta do is smite it his way and your win chances skyrocket. So Top Esports needs to fully control that area, give them no hope of securing that, or they could really have a 50-50 of losing the game.
True, and the biggest conundrum here is that we're starting to reach a point where Baron Nashor is also going to be a threat.
Cheeky Mikhail's from Fengye.
Yikes, and way in the back line. That's a triple, man! Magnet Storm right on top of the ultimate from Nayu. And everything goes to heck as Invictus Gaming start to collapse as well. And Top Esports run out of resources to blast through the front line of Invictus Gaming. Still in the back line, you have Saburo alive, taking one with them, finally collapsing to the force of Jiachi. And now the fight is split. Top Esports, they don't know front to back. Jiachi is completely alone in the jungle, being chased down by Wei, being chased down by Wei, and they're just looking for one bit of CC. Wei collapses onto the face of that wall, but Wei ultimately gets the kill. It's an ace for Invictus Gaming, and that's going to be open mid for the red team.
These fights are just so hard to track. You know, we can't even tell who's going where and what spells are being casted because these fights can just unfold in a matter of seconds. We need to see this replay. I think Jue completely carried here with this 3-man Magnet Storm. And look at that, Renard has the Blast Cone super style Chemtech map with the follow-up Tibbers. That's just such a good look as IG and Sapporo, by the way, smurfing it like crazy. Look at him in the middle of all three of them. Not only that, but he takes out Fengye and survives, dealing so much damage and tanking so much as well. And IG
Fights are
wins
going on.
That hard.
Fengye in the front line might have been caught off yet again. Leona is down for the count. It's one big tank, and Zweyon is the next one in line. Supreme Display of Talent is going to take down Renard, but that's too little. I don't think that's going to be enough. Zwei is still tanking. He is still trying to buy time for his team, but his team doesn't seem to be on the same page. Wei should be careful because Baron just spawned in, and the Smiter's down for Invictus Gaming. Game turns around yet again, and this time around, it's Top Esports in the driver's seat as the fight keeps on going through the backline. Photic trying to run away. Axiomark, what is that going to do here right now? Because Photic has the number of the enemy jungler, flashes the ultimate. That's going to be Nayu down. No, it's not. 300 HP as one auto attack away from Photic, taking home the kill and securing the priority here. He cues into the bush, misses it completely, but gets the auto attack on Nayu. The kill is succeeded and the Baron has halted. There's no way that Top Esports can go for this objective now.
I mean, this is a cinema. Even the Rek'Sai is still alive. I thought it's IG's game. I thought it's Top Esports game. Vice and Versa back and forth. And finally, we have a bit of a reprieve from all that fighting. We can finally take stock of what just happened there. And as far as you ask me, that is why you drafted Qiyana. Did you see what happened to that Annie at the start of the fight right there, man?
Yes, I did.
He died in the entirety of the Qiyana CC. Another beautiful Mikhail's is this guy, the GOAT, by the way. Oh my god, I think we have a series on our hands and the Soul is spawning? Oh my god, AC, you gotta take this away, man.
Oh man, the Soul is spawning. Wei is first on the scene here. He's trying to clear out his jungler first and foremost, but Invictus Gaming are trying to hold a perimeter. Nya in the front line alongside Fengye, clearing out the vision from Invictus Gaming just to make sure that they have to take the extra time to clear out if they want to regain this territory. But Invictus Gaming, they have Tribush to advance through.
Back. Look how far away IG is as well. I think as TES, you have Stalk of the River here.
Oh, let's see what happens. They're trying to pull out the dragon. This is going to be Soul for Invictus Gaming. And Top Esports, they know the importance of this Soul, so they definitely don't want it to fall in the favor of Invictus Gaming. It's a 50-50 if I've ever seen one. Dragon still at 3/4 of HP, but it is good positioning from Photic. So far, so good. Zweyon inside the Dragon Pit, trying to get some CC, trying to clear out numbers, and Wei is right there in the nitty-gritty with him. 6k left on the Dragon, and Invictus Gaming are able to pull it downwards. First Supreme Display of Talent coming down. Wei loses his Guardian Angel as he respawns right in front of Zweyon. The Dragon is still at 4k. Qiyana is down. It's a double kill for Photic.
They're gonna get it.
They get more out of it. Everybody is so low, but Shui gets another massive Magnet Storm off the back of that one. Dragon falls on Invictus Gaming. Soul is collected. It's a matter of getting the heck away from there now.
What are we watching? Is it even over? Oh my god, look how much value they could even get. They're all in Chemtech's full range right now. Oh, as TES, you gotta be wanting another try at that when you must be reliving that. That's not at all what you want to have happen there. The suspense was killing me as they just stood back and forth, tangoing with each other for 30 seconds plus. I had no idea who was winning this one out. I think Nayo's look was just a bit too early. This is a one-man look onto the Wukong who has a GA, and I love the positioning from Renard. Pay attention to him here. Flash Tibbers onto both of them. Followed up beautifully by Wei into the GA as well. You see Mikhail's everything onto Nayo trying to save him. But unfortunately, Rek'Sai does get the tick onto Kiana. Even gets the ult reset. Varus sniping him out. Photic must have been the silent carry in this fight. And Wei survives with enough of a sliver to smite the Drake. Chemtech Soul means we have IG in the driver's seat to take this draft home.
But Foles, yet another Magnet Storm clutch from Jue. Are you kidding me?
How is he doing this?
He dove the backline just to keep some distance from the backline of Top Esports and his backline. Since everybody was so critical in terms of HP, he had to sacrifice himself there, and he bought just enough space for the rest of the squad to get away after that fight. They lost like what, Jue and Renard in the back of that?
Yeah, we might have 1 minute to breathe here. I think we're going to see some pings going down about some people unhappy about where other people are standing. I mean, we've had 38 kills in 30 minutes, so wouldn't put it past them. But I finally take a look at the scoreboards here. Okay, and it looks to me that we need to catch up a little bit for TES. The gold lead even more in the items than in the actual scoreboard. This Orianna needs that Shadow Flame, and this Sion needs his next item as well before we can really be on even footing. Though we do have 4 items for both 80 carries here. It's definitely going to be eyes on the rookie Jiachi versus the vet Photic.
And so far, it feels like Invictus Gaming are on the driver's seat, even though the gold is dead even. These fights could go literally either way. And I feel like fights are really determined by how many people Nayu can actually collect with the Supreme Display of Talent. He goes in, tries to get something, gets the Supreme Display of Talent right on top of Wei, and this is the right target to go for. But look at the Cyclone, he's getting so much HP back! They take jungler for jungler! Shockwave is good! And Top Esports seem to be on top of this fight, but look at Tomorrow, trying to get Chachi off the back of that one, and Nia as well, but he's completely isolated in the backline. He needs to collect his grounds. He needs to be joined with his team. Photic tries to get some damage off the back of that one. And Top Esports, even though they have 3 players alive, they're all super critical right now.
And the kill count evens out at 22, and I don't think anybody knows who's winning the game right now. I mean, just because Top Esports killed them doesn't mean IG doesn't have a Chemtech Soul, doesn't mean they have a Varus hide on bush behind enemy lines. Is he going to go for the cheeky look here? You've got to go for this as Photic here. You've got this perfect vision set up as well. I have a feeling Secret Agent Varus kills them all here.
There he goes. Chains of Corruption are available. He has full eyes on Jiachi. He forces the flash out of the enemy AD carry. Comes in Jue here with the teleport, and he tries to go for Nia. He's dead for the count. Mid laner is out. Fungya is the next one in on front line. Photic immediately goes for the cleanse, but eats the solar flare off the back of it. Jue tries to keep some distance between the enemy team and his AD carry, but Supreme Display of Talent and Jiachi gets the kill on Photic. Could it be enough to stop the Baron Asher? I would say so. Invictus Gaming, they hold their ground.
Well, here come the 3 Musketeers from the IG top side. Maybe they have a say in what happens here. I mean, I don't think Top Esports is going to be starting up this Baron anytime soon after that one taking place. But yeah, we might have finally a chance to breathe. I say that, and it looks like they know that IG is out of position here. I think you can't have everyone so far in the mid lane. You need someone near that red buff. If you're all coming from here, you're a bit too far. You need to smite this.
Oh, you're going to try to smite it. Guardian Angel is up and running here for Wei. Goes
50,
in.
50?
Cyclone is alive. 50-50 goes on favor of Top Esports, but can they get away with any Barons whatsoever? Because Invictus Gaming, they're out for blood, and they're taking it by force. Renard goes down, but Wei gets a double kill. Top Esports only have 3 Barons to play with.
It's never ending. This is the first game of the first series of the quarterfinals of the Demacia Cup, and we have 25-25 on the scoreboard. We have no idea whose game it is right now. I believe we have Top Esports with the Baron. Yes, we do. We have IG with the Soul, and we have the Dragon coming up in 40 seconds now. I don't think anybody knows who's supposed to win this game anymore. It's just going to be a matter of who makes the clutch play when it matters most. It's anybody's game right now. Any given player can step it up and become the protagonist.
And everybody has been stepping up, honestly. In different occasions, I feel like Renard has worn out his welcome as an Annie, and right now he's pretty much a burst stun bot that he can just throw down a Tibbers and be done with the fight. I don't feel like Renard can do much with that champion right now.
Yeah, when I look at the scoreboards, it actually seems to me that IG is pretty weak. You know, this Varus still has the 4 items. This Annie doesn't even have her 3rd item. This Shattered Arm Guard and this Flash on cooldown means this Annie will be extremely weak in these fights if you can't get in range with maybe a Blast Cone or something like that.
Oh, that's Elder.
It's anybody's Elder. Beautiful patience from Saburo here. He knows exactly the vision range. They haven't spotted him out yet.
Way is late for the party. Invictus Gaming have control over the river, considering that they do have the Scuttle Crab. 6,000 HP left on the Elder Dragon, and Way has not found a path. That's a shockwave on the back line. The Dragon falls in favor of Top Esports. Everybody needs to back the heck off of this one. Invictus Gaming, they're under threat here, so they have to clear out while they can. They lose the Saburo in the process. Top Esports collect another major objective, and now they're looking good. They're looking stable, and they're looking for a game here, Fulls.
They take the Elder, but is it enough? I mean, they've got Baron for 40 seconds. If they win on this push, it's GG. You have to hold this one wave as IG here. I don't know if it's possible.
I don't know if it's possible either. Top Esports are definitely trying to protect the wave. The curtain opens up. It's Dway in the backline. He gets a massive 4 people magnet storm, but can they get some more out of that one? The Cyclone is huge. They finally get the pops. It's a double kill on Jachi, and they're still alive. They're still kicking. Supreme Display of Talent is also good. They get the quadra kill on Jachi, and they're just waiting for the wave to close out the game.
Jachi with the quadra kill, 14 kill game right now in his debut in the LPL. Beautiful look. Can we get the penta?
Penta kill for Jachi.
Stepping it up.
Game 1. Jachi gets a pentakill to close out the game. It's poetic, and Top Esports full rookie team. They're looking good. Somewhat.
I have a feeling I agree with this somewhat, and I totally expect that we're going to have a series on our hands. I mean, I think IG probably should have won that one. As much as we were going back and forth and back and forth, I feel like IG was in the driver's seat more often than Top Esports was, but Top Esports just hit the plays when it mattered most. It's not often that you see in the first game of the best of 5 series the team without the Dragon Soul winning that first game. That really says a lot and speaks volumes for what we can see in this series.
I mean, so many times I've heard people say, Chemtech Soul just isn't that good. It's bait. It's, But ultimately, I feel like there was a lot that the squad of Top Esports earned themselves with taking the Otacon. Truly. The fight that resulted from the Otacon was good for Invictus Gaming. The fact that Top Esports managed to take Otacon really sold the game for them. And given the fact that Invictus Gaming were playing with such huge assassins, kind of, minimize the fact that the Chemtech Soul was in the hands of Invictus Gaming, I felt like.
Yeah, a lot of people do draw into question the power of the Chemtech Soul, and we saw in some of those fights, specifically Wei on the Wukong, with just so much of an unkillable nature to him. But this was one of the initial looks that brought Top Esports into the driver's seat. It was a beautiful combo from Orianna and Wukong, and this was a complete Kiana exhibition. Not only does he pull off the assassination one-shot, but he has the god tier reaction speed to flash away from the Wukong engage. I mean, Niall just completely carrying there. And this time, not so much, though. We had Renard step it up, but Renard on my on my side of things, had a bit of a weak game from the way I see it, AC. I really want to see Renard step it up. It seemed to me that he was quite a weak link, being the LDL prospect, taking his time in the sun. So champion diff, I think player diff as well. We really want to see both of those change in this next game. A better champion, so maybe he can look like a better player, if you ask me.
Perhaps. I mean, we've seen Annie throughout Worlds as well, our last major competition that we had the privilege to watch. And Annie has had mixed appearances in Worlds, but ultimately Annie is a champion that bursts down a target and does that really, really well. But if the burst doesn't happen and if the fight continues on, Annie is not the type of champion to have too many tools to continue fighting on. And I feel like this is what Invictus Gaming were looking for. They were looking for a quick burst down, continue the fight elsewhere, and Annie has done her thing. And ultimately Renard did that. But champion diff at the end of the day, I wouldn't say Renard could do much differently given that he was limited by the Annie. This last fight would have been great if Invictus Gaming didn't drop Elder Dragon over to Top Esports, but that's just me.
Yeah, and I mean, that's completely valid because as Annie, you're only in a bit of a one-dimensional spot, and Nayo completely smurfing it up in this first match of the set, and even with the 7 deaths, he was the reason that Top Esports was able to get over the finish line here. I had my eyes on him at the start of the series, being that player who isn't one of the rookies kind of just in here for the one-time tournament. He's going to be on the starting roster come LPL season regardless. So he's the player who needs to be proving why that's the case and carrying some of these rookies across the finish line. And he did exactly that in this first game. I
just want you, Foles, to take this game, okay? You take that Conqueror Kiana and you bring it over to that jungler friend of yours from Uni, okay? You take it, you bring it to him, and you say, this is how you pull off a Conqueror Kiana. You don't go into Black Cleaver. No, you play into the Conqueror, okay? You do that, you take it to him, and you show him that this is how they do it in the LPL. But the way we're going to do it, Foles, we're going to take one short little break before we head into Game 2 of this Best of 5 series that just kicked off with a win from Top Esports. Catch you on the flip side. Guys, Foles, also, don't
How
forget
could we forget, AC?
Exactly. How could we forget, Foles?
Yeah,
don't forget. Yeah, go on.
I mean, you got this, I got this, but I just really think that it's important for the chat to understand that this production is completely sort of a team project here where we want to showcase the LPL to NA, and if you could tell them more about it, that would be great, but I just really think that this LPL English, it's a really great thing, and I'm really thankful that we're able to have the Eastern Leagues be seen by some of these, us English speakers, right? Because it used to be the case that there was a full-on LPL studio for LPL English all the way in China, but, I didn't think that they gave us that opportunity anymore after that. So that's kind of why, as this project, we really want to have coffee as a way you guys can support us. And I know that they're typing that in the Twitch chat for you guys to find it, but if you're able to even donate us the price of a coffee to help keep the broadcast running, I just know that that would go a long way. It's my first time, representing the LPL, and I couldn't have asked for a better team of people to work with. They're completely worthy of being able to thrive and keep operating this service for the people, for the league community, man.
Exactly. So if you want to help us help you, bring you quality League of Legends in English for most people to be able to consume the content, then give us a little coffee. Offer us a little coffee. We'll be more than happy to take it away from you. It's change for some people, and for us, it means the world. So make sure you support the project, because without you, there really wouldn't be a project. So keep that in mind moving forward. We'll make sure to remind you sometime later on. All right, boys. And now, with that said, main Foles, we're gonna take a little short break before we head into Game 2, because Top Esports, they're leading the charge here, 1-0 against Invictus Gaming.
More bangers coming.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming is going on. If you just missed it, Top Esports, the LPL Got Talent team absolutely brought it home and got the 1-0. I'm AC, joining me is Foles, and we're here bringing you all the action and add the Summoner's Rift with a 1-0 on the board for Top Esports. Foles, what can we expect for game number 2, man?
Well, firstly, if you did miss it, I am so sorry for you. You must go back and watch it, guys. That game was super good, man. I have not seen a game as good as that so far in the Demacia Cup, and what that tells me is that we're in for a series. What that tells me is that this game 2 is going to be extremely tight and close as well, and I think it might be the same story where the draft is going to have a huge impact and who's able to come out on top in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, drafts were good from side to side. We gave some favoritism over to Top Esports on the first draft, but we did not. No, I don't think anybody expected Invictus Gaming to put up that kind of a fight and to really be that convincing. The fights were really back and forth, but ultimately, Radar just didn't have an optimal champion to scale up as hard as Oriana does. And you felt that come to contest the objectives late game, come to contest the Otacon, come to contest the Baron and the Elder Dragon. Everything started falling in favor of Top Esports, who ultimately took home the game. Can they come back and do it again? I think Invictus Gaming will have something to say. We talked about it in the first game. Rumble in Saboro's hand is extremely dangerous, and they banned it out on red side just so they can pick it up on blue side this time around.
That's a very good shout. I would imagine that we're going to see IG go for some sort of a look like that. I want to see Saboro have a better game, because if you remember, IG was in the driver's seat, and the problem was Saboro was taking these unnecessary deaths. He was giving Nio such a huge lead that Nio was able to snowball, get his lethality items, and do way too much damage to IG. So this also answers some of our questions, silences a few of our doubts about if this Top Esports team can really hang in the quarterfinals. Do they necessarily belong here? Again, these players, we haven't seen them yet, and that's a great first showing.
Nah, I mean, where's 369, you may ask? Where's Jackulov, you may ask? Where's Hank? Where's Cream? Well, they were taking some time off because they've played a very tough run of the Worlds, and now we have some of the LDL players filling in some big shoes in Top Esports, and so far they're doing good. We may not have Jackulov, but we have Jachilov.
We do have love for Chachi in the chat. We absolutely do. Did you see that quadra kill at the end?
I saw the pentakill!
The pentakill! How could we forget, man? Chachi, man. Chachi love, man. This is the new 80K for Top Esports, and although he had, some rocky bit of a start, got first blooded, this, that, who
I
cares?
Think it was
he stepped it up, man. Did he not?
He did. He absolutely did. No, I mean, I care. I
care too. I'm lying.
Seriously,
we gotta see more consistency.
He was a little bit shaky, but it like, to be perfectly straight and fair with people, Top Esports players, these massive players at Top Esports, it is their first game. They haven't had a chance to play in the Demacia Cup yet because, well, given their results at Worlds, they bypassed Group Stage 1 and 2, and they're just sitting here waiting for the rest of the squads in the knockout stage. Them and anyone's Legends fault. So, it is their first game. You still feel a little bit of rust in their joints, but they came out to play.
Yeah, it really goes to show that the coaching staff for the organization of Top Esports, whatever sort of infrastructure they have, must be pretty good for development, because these players, they haven't played in the LPL before for the most part. These are debuts, and for their debut to go so favorably against a team who finished second in Group A in Stage 2, that says a lot. And so, as much as it was a close game, they ended up winning all the way from behind. So.
Invictus Gaming on the blue side now banned out Rumble regardless. They're not ready to go for the Rumble just yet. They want Zamoro to hold on to that Rumble pick just a little bit longer. And they're not going to pick it up just yet. They banned it out once again. They keep on taking out their own ban just to save it for the later stages. the thing is, Invictus Gaming is already down 1 game. I believe, and I believe them when they show this kind of confidence. But if you wait too long to go for your powerhouse picks, it might be a little long too late, I would say, Foles.
Yeah, I can only wonder why that's the case. The main things I would speculate is that Galio's still in, Orin's still in, Aurora's still in. There are some champions who are really strong into the Rumble, so maybe Saburo would rather not play that champion with the current Fearless setting. Though it is very strange, you can only wonder if perhaps the coaches weren't too happy with his performance last game, so they said, sorry buddy, no agency picks for you. We're gonna have you on the most stable, consistent, unkillable champion we possibly can, because if you're dying as Rek'Sai, you're probably gonna be dying even more as Rumble.
You're gonna play Cassante and you're gonna love it. That's what the coaching staff is saying, right? You're gonna play Cassante and you're gonna love it. Renekton is also a possibility here in best. So there's plenty of picks in the top lane as well. I would say right now. I would say a lot of picks that are unkillable, a lot of picks that can do a lot of damage. Aatrox seems like a pick that hasn't been given too much love recently, and one that could fit Saburo's carry-oriented playstyle, considering that he was the highest DPM player throughout the LCK CL. So let's see what Invictus Gaming have in store for us, because right now they're on the blue side, and we know the draft is ongoing unless it went down for some reason, but the draft is ongoing. We'll have it on screen for you guys in just a second.
Yeah, so this is probably maybe what was also happening in the first game, where they're switching up sort of the way they're showcasing the draft to the audience. So looks like we do have an update. We'll translate for that for you guys as soon as we can. But I just want to touch again on Saburo. I really like him as a player, and just because he had a bit of an underperformance in the first game, that's what's so great about best of fives, is that the first game you do kind of get to have a feel for things and kind of really warm yourself up to the series. So we'll see if Saburo can make this a best of 3 now by taking home the second map.
All right, so I think we have confirmation on what's going on, and it turns out because the top esports players chose the wrong champions, the referee team confirmed the top esports first champion pick was MF, and the correct pick was Annie. Draft table will now be restarted, maintaining the previous completed draft results. I do not know who. No, it's not Annie. It's Anna. Oh, Ambissa! Okay. So this is
we're gonna have a completely different draft now.
All right, everything. You know what? Forget anything we just said. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for game 2. We're back. The draft is live right now, and Ambessa is the first man alongside
this
the
draft
Silence
is
Rumble.
way better. Look at
Malphite's
this.
still on the band stage.
Oh, those are the bands. Those are the bands. I thought those were picks, man. I was like, how are they picking so quickly? Oh man, I thought we had Ambessa, Silas, Rumble,
Nico.
Blue Side. I was like, this is gonna be good, but
Oh, we're speed running this draft though, full. Look at that, Nico straight into Yunara. But now we go into a stalemate. We got those early picks out of the picture. Now we're still okay. We're back onto the thinking side. Now Xin Zhao is the one being considered here. It's still a solid jungler here as far as junglers go. He's one of the world's champions junglers here, alongside Pantheon, the world's most used, or this season's most used junglers, alongside Pantheon and a couple of others. But not the new wave junglers. No, those are Malphite and Jace. Those two are banned. Let's see how those go. As Invictus Gaming, ooh, the Nico de Kaisa. Invictus want to go for a dive comp here. Where's the... Oh, and Cassante as well. Give me Vi in the jungle, buddy.
yeah, we've been seeing that Xin Zhao seems to have the most prominence as the jungle pick here, just being able to match up with pretty much anything. And it's interesting to see that Zahen is actually open in the draft. I keep forgetting about this champion, but I feel like you've really got to draft him here. This matchup is so good, and I think just because of how good it is, you probably can't be blind picking Cassante like this. I mean, I would imagine he locks this in. They're just considering their bans now, but that is a really strong way to round out this first 3 picks.
True, and it's a champion that can easily fight the Cassante fighting potential as well. You can sustain through those initial tankiness items, but the thing is, once the Cassante has the Bramble Vest online, that is going to cripple tremendously the sustained fights that the Zahen can present. So we'll have to wait and see how Zweyan can actually play around this Cassante, as on the second rotation, Top Esports, well, they read the dive comp and they take out Vi immediately, which is a primary diver here in terms of champion pool.
So I'm going to call out a couple champs for Wei, and I would be really surprised if he actually picks one of them. But you know who looks pretty good here? Firstly, it's Jax. I know that we don't necessarily see Jax in the jungle all that often, but these three champs all completely rely on auto attacks, and I think Jax would be insane here. There's probably a few more champs that I'm forgetting, but I also think Rammus, by the way, would be pretty nuts here. It's pretty much the other version of Malphite, just being able to completely throttle teams that rely on physical damage. I mean, I'm completely throwing out curveballs here. I don't suppose we're going to see those, but just think about it. These three champions all have the same identity. There must be a way to counter this.
Now, the thing is, Rammus is a good call-out, but he's just such a slow champion in the jungle. You know, you'd be better off with, I don't know, Lucian in the jungle. The thing is, clear times are really, like, the clear timings are really important in the jungle, and Rammus is just so slow. He's atrociously slow. Like, you get the first clear at around 350, and the scuttle spawns at 330. That slows you down to a snail's pace. It's just, it's unviable, I would say. Even though Rammus has attack speed buffs, because when he taunts something, I don't know. He's a weird one. He's definitely a weird one. And the response here from Invictus Gaming, well, we don't have a primary diver in the shape of a Vi, so we'll just go for the Pantheon. And I guess that makes sense. No, Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Cassiopeia can be really good here. And, you know, something else that didn't occur to me, you can just go Frozen Heart on the Nico, and that's going to give you the value that I was searching for in the draft stock anyway. So you don't really got to draft some troll pick like Rammus. You can just find a way to counter this comp otherwise. So it's going to be pretty great. The Cassiopeia being a really good isolated matchup into the Rise, but Bard would help kind of level things when it comes to that.
True. I mean, Bard is here to put up a lot of pressure. I mean, Bard is one of those champions that immediately dictates, okay, AD carry, I really do like you, but I'm gonna leave a ward and a pixel. I'm gonna roam, and I'm at level 2. I'm at level 3 right now, and you're never gonna see me again until the next team fight happens. So good luck, buddy. In the meantime, the other side just says we want to dive. They have a Nico, they have the Kai'Sa, they want to dive, and I really like the Cassiopeia outside of the isolated match. Not because, like, Cassiopeia is amazing against Rise. You can just stop him in his tracks once he tries to realm warp out. But if you look at the rest of the composition, you have the Zahen, you have the Cassante. The Miasma just stops everything in its tracks. Like, once a fight's about to pop, Cassiopeia spits some venom at them, and they're just not doing anything for like 2-3 seconds. And that's a massive window of opportunity here for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao is going to be able to somewhat play against the Cassiopeia, but you're totally right. The Zahen is going to be totally countered, because if you're able to get that Miasma, that means you can't use the Grim Deliverance of Zahen. You can't get that completely overtuned 50% damage reduction, unkillability, crowd control immune, Showmaker copy paste on the Zahen R, just thanks to one Cassiopeia W. So I like the pick, obviously, because it does win in the isolated matchup as well, and it's gonna be up to Renard to step up this game when he had a lower agency pick last game.
True. Let's see. I mean, Renard, like you said, Renard was a placeholder in game number 1, but in game number 2, he has a lot on his plate, and he definitely needs to step up if they want to find success in game number 2. As we head into the Summoner's Rift, Invictus Gaming are on blue side right now with Top Esports on red, and we are live with Invictus Gaming starting to trash here, or to crash into the bot lane, looking for someone, looking for something. Zweyan is spotted, but they don't have resources to really tag him down at level 1, I think.
In round 1 of LPL's Got Talent, the rookie LDL rising prospects from TES impressed the judges, and they all got the gold star seal of approval to move it on to round 2. So let's see if they can amaze again in the second round here. Cheeky look, this could be a summoner.
Wait,
it's gonna add up a lot, you know.
Yep, that is a massive, massive flash from Jue here on at level 1. Probably not the best position to be in, but it's definitely a position that you're going to have to find yourself in. I mean, Nico is still Nico. She can still turn into a cannon and tank for like 3 days straight under tower if the Invictus Gaming decide to go for a dive, buying enough time for Wei to really go in and dish out damage, but we can see how this goes on because both junglers are playing top side, so there's definitely going to be action on around the bot lane.
Yeah, with Nico having no flash, she'll certainly be pretty vulnerable. We see Zin's actually starting topside as well, so Niall should have the chance to actually punish that.
Oh
my
well,
goodness, the aggression is unprecedented.
I love how fair Bard's Q is, and there's nothing wrong with it. Everybody loves Bard. Anyway, double flash down here on Invictus Gaming side. This puts them at a very, very, very bad position here, as they're just going to eat poke coming out of Fengye and Jia Qi here from top esports side.
Now, although Jia Qi had the last laugh with the quadra kill, it was actually Photic who had his number, and frankly, all of top esports' number last game, just doing 53,000 damage and still losing is crazy work. So it's surprising to see that the bot side is losing after being the better bot side in last game. Really clever strategy and start from top esports.
Absolute Bard diff coming in here, and in game number 2, top esports definitely want to manifest their presence from a very, very early position. Nayu, however, got caught off in the mid lane ward. He got spotted, and that's going to mean that Hui is heading towards Rug spawn.
Ooh, really well played from away.
Going for the red, but he's going to get collapsed on. I don't think there's enough for Invictus Gaming to really collapse, but top esports are communicating they're definitely committed to taking this red buff home.
Red minions under tower. Cassio's
flash!
trapped.
Flash EW here on top of Wei. The Rune Prison is going to be enough to force Wei to flash out, and Wei is in no position to really assist, so Invictus Gaming concede this buff over to top esports. It's going to put their jungler in a very much advantageous position here compared to Wei.
Well played aggression from Niall and top esports here, because in the draft, you're having Xin Zhao who's able to clear just so much faster than the Pantheon ever since Pantheon was getting these back-to-back nerfs on his clear speed. So as Xin, you're having way more HP, way more time, and way more joy in the jungle as way more of a stronger pick on the patch. And you're making Wei really quite sad in there, just even though you have the intelligence and the awareness to ward the bush from over the wall and the Krugs. It's not enough. You just can't stop them. You even have to flash away defensively. That's really, really frustrating, though RG still does have a better laning phase overall, maintaining a bit of a gold lead regardless.
All right, so consequences of these actions. Top esports definitely established some semblance of dominance here over the jungle, and now Nayo is in a better position than Wei. Downside is Nia lost quite a bit to farm in the mid lane, putting him 10 CS behind just 4 minutes in. That's almost 2 full waves favorable to Renard here. And this is exactly where Renard needs to be, but this is going to prompt top esports to really start helping out the mid lane to regain some priority, because they need this Rise to be in a good position.
Yeah, as a mid lane player myself, I've been the Rise in this scenario where you have to play from a deficit against the Cassio, whether it's worth it or not. Just look at how disadvantageous this can be for him. I mean, these trades are really Cassiopeia favored. He's lucky that Bard is able to heal him up, but he's down. If you're able to calculate this, he's probably down like 300, 400 XP. It's a lot.
Yeah. Looking for a fight here in the top lane. What a Q from Bard! First blood collected by top esports, and once again, Nayo on the board here.
I mean, that binding was way too cosmic, man. That is not supposed to be a stun, and it was a stun as Photic there. You really hate to see it. You can't even survive anymore once you're CC'd like that. He just goes down, and that's why Bard is such an OP champ sometimes. The R5 last pick coming in really big for TES this game right now.
Yep, and I mean, the response here is that Invictus Gaming tried to take the dragon, but it's so forced. Wei's losing so much time on a jungle in which he is already behind. He's losing so much HP, and you already have Fengye heading towards bot side. He's going to absolutely spot Wei, and if he wants, he could probably solo kill the Pantheon, because Weian is right around the corner as well. Smite misses. 200 HP. In goes Wayon. Looking for a fight on Saboro.
No
They're
flash.
going for Wave. No flash available on the Pantheon. Means that the kill is going towards Nia. And the fight is nowhere to be seen. Invictus Gaming just want to disengage, just want to go under tower. They take Dragon, but they give 300 gold over to Top Esports.
The only upside for IG is that they are 2v1 in this top lane. If they can maybe shut down Jachi, do something against him, that would really help level this game state out. They do also have the Cassiopeia with this, again, XP advantage, XP lead in the mid lane. But if they can't hit an equalizing punch here in this top or mid lane, I think TES is just going to start rolling away with this one.
Foles, look at the CS discrepancy. CS is actually dead even between AD carries, and Jachi has this whole wave to farm in the tower. He is more than fine. Now Bard joins in the fray as well. I didn't know you could do that. Bard tosses out a couple of drinks there for his AD carry Jachi, and Jue just responds with a clone that steps right on his little snack, clearing out the HP wells. Well, that sucks. Yachi,
yeah, well played by Tway.
I did not know the clone could do that. Now, Jachi's still under tower, still farming up. He's going to be safe for the time being. It is going to slightly stall the recall or hamper the recall timers here for Top Esports. But
oh, you all in this?
Do you want to all in this?
Oh, I think if you get the buffer there, you might have something. But yeah, Zhuan levels up anyway. 7-6 looks enticing. 7-7, not so much. So I thought, with him posturing for the ult, he'd go for it. But he chose not to make the input. He probably knows better. And I think he's just going to slightly win out ever so slightly. Nothing all too much to concern about. But it's crazy that Jachi is able to survive the 1v2. And Feng Yue is still able to keep up an XP as well. That's just what's so effective about the Bard.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Now that the whole time that Jachi was alone means that he's going to be ahead in terms of XP as well. He's almost at level 7. Oh, grubs are being contested. This is camp number 2, or neutral objective number 2 for Invictus Gaming, and the first grub falls in favor of Invictus. Let's see if they can grab the second one. Top Esports are waiting for the rest of the team to collapse in. Nayu absolutely smited grub number 2, and the third one is up for grabs. Massive petrifying gaze from Renard stops everybody from Top Esports on their tracks, and the magical journey kind of went sideways. The entrance comes in, Fawcett gets the kill on Jachi, and everything goes sideways for Top Esports as the grubs are collected by Invictus.
Yeah, super clutch from Renard here. He's really stepping it up this game, having just a lead over Nia the whole time. As Wei, you're a bit frustrated with your mid laner for not being able to help you out so much at that red buff invade and at this sort of early game start, but Renard completely making up for it. The Petrion Gaze flash just finding exactly what he's looking for there.
Looking for Renard. Renard no longer has a petrifying gaze to save himself under the tower, which means that Nia is free to take a kill once he gets a spell rotation. He kills himself under the tower. Renard manages to get out alive, courtesy of Conqueror Heal, and Top Esports just absolutely dropped the ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to be too overzealous here as top, and that's just exactly what they did. They went far too deep. Renard completely punishes them, and we might have a bit of a series brewing here. IG supposed to be the favorite in this series, just given their experience in the Demacia Cup playing together, and they're making it show here. Keep your eyes on Renard in this look. Naya going way too deep. It's not the Rift Herald, man. And a beautiful Petrified Gaze flash onto the bot laners there. And after that, it's just all she wrote.
No, I mean, the magical journey could have been good, but I feel like Feng Ye kind of fumbled that one because the fact that the magical journey brought them over to inside the pit and not the other side of the wall kind of, did not go well. Overcommit here as well from Nia. That tower is nice and warm, and one last Q wasn't enough to take down Renard. Everything went sideways here on these last 5 minutes for Top Esports. And Invictus Gaming, I mean, they had no problems capitalizing off of that one.
Yeah, this is just, again, what we were seeing in Game 1, where one team builds themselves a bit of a lead, they have the upper hand, and completely throw it all the way for the other team to then take their place. So we'll see if that continues to happen, where now it's IG's turn to throw the ball to top.
Oh, wait.
We're actually seeing the Grim Deliverance used just for the CC immunity. He was a bit too afraid of that Q3 knockup and could have been under some pressure there. I think it was a bit unnecessary, but he
Respectable.
There's some threat here. He's gonna die.
Oh, yep, he is absolutely dead. All out over the wall and waves right around the corner. Grand Starfall not going to be committed until a little bit too late, but they flash out of the tower. They go in, and it's Saburo that takes the kill on Zweon.
Yeah, I think you just got to be trading a little bit better and not having to ult there.
Oh, hello. Temperance here onto the tower. They get a fine dive. Top Esports, they collect a kill on Jue, and they walk away from that one. Fengye trying to make amends for his mistakes.
Yeah, an eye for an eye across the board, across the map, but I think it's a bit more favorable for IG. You just see how many minions are dying to this top lane tower. That is literally 500 gold or something.
And nobody's picking up nobody's picking up the gold on that one. Yeah, absolutely.
That's not at all what you want to have, though. You will get a dragon for your trouble. It's better than nothing, and it's going to make this game super interesting. We had Top Esports in the driver's seat at the beginning. We had IG in the driver's seat in this previous round, and with everyone redeploying on the map, I think it's going to be pretty even with Top Esports leveling out the Drake count.
Absolutely. And with that Drake count level, I mean, it's one objective over to Top Esports. They still need 2 more to gain the feat of strength there, and first tower is up for grabs. The closest tower to go down is the top lane tower, actually, with Zweon having some difficulties handling Saburo on the Cassante. Predictable pick here after Saburo's performance on the Rek'Sai. I called after Saburo's performance on the Rek'Sai. It would have been predictable that Invictus Gaming would be like, "Nah, you're on Cassante duty, buddy. I'm sorry." But so far he's doing really, really well. All he had to do was go for the Bramblefest, and Zweon is absolutely crippled for the next 2 items that he built, at least.
Yeah, I really like Saburo as a player, and just because he's on the Cassante doesn't mean he's going to have a lot of carry potential this game in some of these fights. Cassante can single-handedly carry games. We'll see if Fengye gets a look here. Nothing to be too concerned about, but this is the particular stage of the game where those inventory items are in for IG, but it's not the case for TES. We've got the first Roa and even a lost chapter for the Casio. That's actually a pretty substantial lead because his champion's also just better in that 1v1. And Cassante with a similar story. At least Sahen does get the Triforce. When this Ryze gets the Roa, we'll be in a much more even state. But Nia does need to catch up badly. I feel like ever since he invaded at the start, he's just never caught back up to Casio.
No, but the thing is, Nia is looking like he's playing for the late game or for the later stages of the game. This delay on the build of the Rod of Ages is probably timed for that Rod of Ages to be fully stacked once he tags level 15 so that he can skip straight to level 16 and gain a massive power spike. If you build a Rod of Ages from the get-go like Renard did, the timing is going to be slightly off. You're probably going to level up from 14 to 15. In this case, I feel like it's the optimal play. They're going for the fight, though. Renard might be in trouble. Flash back for the Petrifying Gaze. Not enough to slow down Top Esports to collect a kill, but can they get something else? Immediately onto the backline, Naya tries to get Jue, but gets taken out by Photic. Wei now in the front line, sustaining through the fight. Jiaqi comes in. Jue might be in trouble. Tries to clone himself out. Wei is the one to go down, but in goes the killer instant. Jiaqi flashes over the wall, gets the kill on the enemy support, and Photic walks away with yet another kill in his pocket. 3-1-1 Kaisa.
Back and forth tip for tower, having deaths across the board for both teams, and I would not be surprised if that just continues to be the case for this game. It continues to be the case for this series. These teams are just so evenly stacked. We're going to have another fight go on down here possibly, just because of Zahen has the Triforce. I mean, this Cassante is still so much stronger. Really well played by Naya there with that Sundered Sky just living for so long, but even Renard's low-key baiting here because he's got the Pantheon in his back pocket as well as the Kaisa Killer Instinct. If only he were to not get stunned, this Fengyue Bard is just getting some insanely good stuns this game, making so much of a difference.
I noticed something really, really funny. So the fight kicked off when when Renard dropped out the Miasma onto the feet of the Ryze, right? And what happened was, Ryze immediately realm warped. He was outside the Miasma range. He realm warped and then walked into Miasma, canceling out the realm warp and having to force Flash to join the fight. Yeah, things are just not going the way the Top Esports want to. It does feel like the pressure's getting to them. But ultimately, Top Esports are trying to trade blow for blow, but it's put them behind 1,000 gold at this point.
And it's hard to know who's even favored at this point, just given that Cassiopeia is so effective in this particular game, and she can really hard carry. And they do have a bit of a goal lead for themselves. But you take a look at the other side, they've got both Zahen and the Yunara, the champions from the cinematic this year. And, the more recently released champions are, typically the more OP they come to find themselves. So these are some pretty strong characters on the side of TES, so I would not count them out one bit.
Oh, Tempered Fate tries to find way, doesn't quite land on the target, but Zweon actually does teleport into the back line, and they want to collapse for this Herald. They don't want to leave yet another objective over for Invictus Gaming, and they want to get the feats of strength, but they do find Jue in the front line really, really low. Goes to support of Invictus Gaming. Watch out. Pantheon goes up in the air. Here he goes. Grand Starfall right on top of the back line. Snyu is down for the count, which means a smite down. No more contest available for the Rift's Herald. Reynard is the next one in line to try to fall. Renard goes down for the count. And in goes Nia in the fight. So Boro trying to clear out some distance, trying to get some distance, trying to clear out the fight, but it's a messy fight at that. Invictus Gaming stay alive, and Photic does render himself yet another kill, leaving Fangye the last one standing here for Top Esports.
And AC, I'm sure we'll get a replay, but I feel like the whole fight and thus the whole mid-game was all because it was all up to this Jachi getting hit by the Petrifying Gaze. His champion is facing like just barely a few degrees towards the Cassio. If he could just slightly tilt his neck a bit further back, he wouldn't have got stunned, and I think it would have made such a freaking big difference, man.
Grand Starfall to go in. And it's not you.
Look at the stun here.
Yeah.
He's barely, he's slightly facing towards him, and look how low his HP goes because of that.
Nah, Jachi, from there on out, Jachi has no fight to go for, and it's just a matter of Invictus Gaming clearing out the pieces. So Boro going all out just gives him so much mobility, so much damage that Top Esports just can't respond to it. But they're trying to get another objective under their belt,
again.
Even though the feats of strength have already been collected by Invictus Gaming that can't give up on their hopes and dreams, and it is going to be the Cloud Soul. These are great to clear out the map, to navigate around the map. Tempered Fate does lock down two players. Grim Deliverance sustains through, but not enough to buy time to keep him alive. All out once again from Sorrow. Into the backline he goes, as you do see Top Esports scuttle and scatter away. Soboro clears out house yet again, and this is the Soboro that was missing from Invictus Gaming on game one.
You could say that again. This is exactly who we were looking for all along. We finally get to see him come out. He's really performing on this pick, and I don't know, this might be the biggest lead we've seen so far in this series. We've seen punch for punch, blow for blow, but we haven't seen a team land multiple consecutive blows like this. First the Rift Herald, then the Dragon, and even the mid-early game before that, they're completely poised to take over this game with the Otacon coming up in 35 seconds. If you ask me, that's Top Esports' last hope.
I don't think Top Esports actually have a hope of contesting it unless they try to flip it and somehow gain it for themselves. I don't think these fights have been way too one-sided. I mean, in game one, you still had fights going punch for punch. You trade a couple of kills. You have Top Esports collect 2 kills. You have IG collect a couple of more, maybe 3, and get a lead. But in this case, I mean, it's just Top Esports getting truly demolished by Invictus Gaming. No,
Nia has to flash and run away.
Exactly. And can see that tower on the top side, giving Invictus Gaming even more territory to play with, even more space to play with on the upcoming Otacon.
Yeah, it's just so hard to contest this as TES here. Not having many flashes, you're not having nearly as much power or footing in this game right now. The XP lead is just so much in IG's favor, and at a drop of a dime, they can just engage any moment now. You got to be so careful as TES because you could just get wiped in a matter of seconds here.
Well, Fangye is in the front line. They don't really have a massive dedicated tank to really be present in the front line, but they're trying their best. They need to deal with Soboro in some way, shape, or form, but Renard is such a massive threat as well on that backline. The Petrifying Gaze is online. Top Esports know of this, and they're just trying to flip Otacon. They don't want to lose too much. Whoa, Jue goes in alongside Wei with the Grand Engines, but there's nothing more to do there. Top Esports, they get locked down. Fungi did what he could with a Tempered Fate, but ultimately it's Invictus Gaming's fight to take. Jachi is fully stacked and ready to fight, but it's not enough unless Invictus Gaming overcommit to the Otacon.
Thotic's pretty low on mana.
He is.
And those guys are pretty low on health.
Jachi is looking good. Zweyan a little bit late on that teleport. Saboro's already on the back line. Now, Jachi got miasma'd on the ground, unable to move. Otacon falls in favor of Invictus Gaming. Fight falls in favor of Invictus Gaming. They lose nobody, and Top Esports are only left with Zweyan and Fengye.
And you see this whole fight, the reason why Nico is just such a first-picked champion, just having super snap engage potential onto the backline of TES to start the fight off, forcing a kill onto the Rise and Jachi's flash. That's just so effective, and it's not much else you can even do there.
Oh, jeez, give him a break. Zweyan trying his best to stay alive. Grim deliverance over the wall to get away from Saboro. The Casanti is unstoppable.
Yeah, Stone Cold Saburo with the full armor items here. You just can't possibly match this as Zweyan. Wei able to do pretty much whatever he likes here. I don't imagine he gets caught out.
I imagine he will get caught out here because the rest of the squad is not in a position to fight. But look at Invictus Gaming. They are definitely collapsing on this one. Renard is in a good position. Wei is alive, but not for long. Naiu goes down, and the rest of the squad of Top Esports try to clear out the pit, but nothing happens. Invictus Gaming clear house with the bodies of Top Esports. 4 more kills in the bag here, and Invictus Gaming just need a window to close out the game.
Make it 5.
Zweyan. Yep, that is going to be a clean ace for Invictus Gaming. Wei absolutely baited Top Esports in their own jungle fulls.
I mean, AC, this Xin is still level 11. He doesn't even have a jungle at this point. This guy is pretty homeless. Complete night and day from game 1 where he popped off on that Kiana, and IG just has all the footing in the world to guarantee this game. I mean, a 15k gold lead before Baron even spawns over 1 kill a minute right now. There's just, there's no way TES can keep up.
No, I mean, Invictus Gaming are 1 clean ace away from trying to close out the game, and this is how it started. It looked good. They clear out the blast cone. They got Wei locked down, but
Wei,
collapses.
He helps his boy Wei, and the two of them, they're just the dynamic duo. One sets up the bait, and the other is there for the switch.
Yeah, ultimately clearing house here. Invictus Gaming do end up a little bit on the lower side, but the Grand Starfall allows Wei to just go from point A to point B so fast. I don't think Saboro actually needed help on the top lane, but hey, if you're here, if we can get an assist off of that one, why not try to get it?
Oh yeah, why not just round out the ace if you can? I mean, Pantheon just has so much effectivity with the global presence, and look at the inventories at this point. It's just so favorable for IG. I don't even think I can come up with an imaginary miracle look for Top Esports to even contend right now. It would have to be some kind of miraculous Bard R onto both of... How about this? A Bard R onto both Cassiopeia and Kaisa, followed up perfectly by a Q onto each of them. I mean, I don't even think that would be enough.
Now, the fact is, Invictus Gaming have such a massive dive composition stacked up. Top Esports just don't have enough bulk. You know, they don't have enough meat in their champions to really absorb those dives. How do you stop a Cassante, Pantheon, Cassiopeia, Kaisa from diving you without having a semblance of a tank in your team? You don't. You just don't. Xin Zhao is not tanky enough. Zahen is not tanky enough. They do get some bulk, but if they're behind, if they're not in a position that's proper for snowballing, they just
This Baron's
fall
already
behind
gone.
super hard. No, the Baron is gone. The Baron is melted. That is a massive pop blossom by Jway, locking 4 players down and allowing Invictus Gaming to just walk over the backline. They lose Jway in the process, but his work is more than done. He walks away to base, more than happy with the result, and it's just a matter of Invictus Gaming chasing down the rest of the targets. Baron Nashor in hand, 4 players alive, closing down the game against Fongye to defend whatever's left of Top Esports' base.
And IG roars to life, really making themselves shown here in this game 2 after that really quite poor of a performance in game 1. It was back and forth so far in this series, and I have a feeling it's going to continue to be that way. IG cementing themselves as one of the teams that belong in this quarterfinals, taking this best of 5 to a best of 3 as they take out TES's Nexus in game 2.
Yep, 1-1 on the board, Foles. We saw a game 1 that was, I feel like it was well contested. Top Esports had a different kind of mentality. They were able to exploit some drafting issues, some champion limitations on the side of Invictus Gaming, but this game, this was full Invictus Gaming. We saw no Top Esports whatsoever. From the moment that Top Esports made a single mistake, everything went downhill. And Renard, we had questions after the first game whether or not he was able to hold his ground. I think this answers it. He is more than able to hold his ground.
Yeah, I think these are the kind of drafts we need to be getting for IG, just because that first draft had such a disadvantageous time being able to punch through tanks, whereas this one, you have some really good isolated matchups. You have the Cassiopeia into the Rise, and you've even got the bot lane with the Nico just being the most supreme lane bully there is down there. Even Saburo on one of his comfort picks up here as well. I like it. You just pick the Cassante on the first rotation, and there's nothing that can really go wrong from that. Even Top East was getting some decent looks this game, but every single one of their looks just seems to have been well answered by IG.
And the thing is, even this pick that looked good on Renard had some points that you can just say, that was okay, but it wasn't great because the response from Invictus Gaming side was just better. If Nia had a flash here in this fight, he could have chased down Photic. Didn't happen. Why? Because Nia had to flash earlier after failing the Realm Warp for walking into the miasma, and this happened fight after fight after fight every single time. Top Esports, they had the tools to get away, they had the tools to evacuate a bad situation, but they just came short. We're talking about the magical journeys going not as far as they were intended to. You have the uncontrollable Cassante, who absolutely dominated the Zahen. We expected Zahen to be a threat, but it was just mitigated. Saburo absolutely mitigated the threat coming out of Top Esports.
Yeah, that might have been the most useless Zahen I've seen so far in the Demacia Cup. And I can't believe it either, because as far as I've seen, Zahen into Cassante has just always been a good matchup. But, you know, on that previous replay, I think some of these petrifying gazes landing on some of these key members has just been carrying the game. Particularly Jiaki getting caught out by that. That's just so detrimental if that's happening to your team fight there. And you saw once it got to this much of a gold lead, you can't even find picks anymore. This Pantheon takes no damage, and they can just snap back onto you out of nowhere.
Yeah, and these fight engages by Jway with his Pop Blossom. He locked in 3 players in this replay. He locked in 4 players later on. The man was just on fire with the Nico, and we didn't even need to see the dive potential that the Nico has to offer. Look at this Pop Blossom, a 4-man Pop Blossom locking down whatever Top Esports were trying to do for Invictus Gaming to just clear house. Because the first response for Top Esports is just, okay, we can't fight this, just scatter and try to get away. Invictus Gaming are just way too coordinated to allow that to happen.
Yeah, and the way I see it, it's just that these teams are really evenly matched. I mean, let's take another look here. It's Wei for player of the game, and I liked it a lot for Wei because we are these spotlight junglers tonight in Wei and Naya. And you remember game 1, Naya was doing just as well as Wei was on the Pantheon here on the Kiana, right? So I think both these junglers going blow for blow and both these teams going blow for blow. I think the only problems here, AC, are just coming from the drafts. You know, we can't really afford to let Nico slip through. That champ's just far too OP. And I mean, that's my 2 cents on the matter. And I just think these two teams, as I said, are really evenly matched. So as long as we can have a better strategy going forward, anyone's series here, anyone's series.
I mean, if Invictus, look, Invictus Gaming's strategy so far has worked. They've been keeping Rumble reserved for Saboro for a special occasion. I feel like that special occasion might be coming around the corner right now because it's 1-1. I feel like Invictus Gaming might be going towards the red side again because it's top esports side selection now, and I don't think they want to allow Invictus Gaming to get a first pick Rumble. Okay, that is way too important for support, unless top esports have a response. In which case, well, could be anyone's game. But like you said, it's 1-1. It's now best of 3, and I feel like this series has a lot more to offer than what we just seen.
Oh yeah, these two teams can completely take each other out, and just because one team builds themselves a bit of an advantage does not mean the other team is not going to completely take that advantage and throw it in their face. We've seen this series being thrown back and forth. That one was a little bit closer. We did see that one was a little bit less close. We did see our first kind of big lead come out from IG. So if anything, if you're top esports here, you kind of want to take that experience that you just went through and give IG that same feeling that they gave you.
Yeah, take it and double it for the next one. Let's see if that happens as we head for a short right before we get into game 3 or draft number 3 of this best of 5 series. Top esports got tied up and Invictus Gaming secured game 2. We'll see what happens for game 3 after the short break. We hope you don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so back in what a series we have in our hands. Everybody thought, well, I mean, top esports are top esports, you know, so they're probably going to be dominating this one. But then we saw that, well, top esports are doing the LPL talent show thing, and they have 4 new players joining the squad. But now Invictus Gaming are back, and top esports are looking good, and we have a heck of a series in our hands. What a way to kick off the knockout stage. For those of you that just joined us, where have you been? We missed you guys. I'm AC. This here is Fulls, and we've been bringing you all the action in and outs of the Summoner's Rift. Game 3, Fulls. What are we looking at?
Yep, we are so back, and so is IG. We saw a lethal, a surgical, clinical performance coming out right there from them, taking the top esports completely off guard, completely showing them what they're made of from that stage 2 of the tournament where they really had a good showing, and top esports didn't get that experience. We got to see that. Happy day after Christmas to all who celebrate Boxing Day for all the knowers, because we have a boxing match on our hands tonight, and it's morning time now, and we'll see if any of these teams can really box their way towards this first win in the quarterfinals of the Demacia Cup.
I didn't realize until today that that's what they meant by Boxing Day, but I guess it totally makes sense. It's a day that Invictus Gaming playoff against top esports. And just to remind you guys, this is still Fearless Draft in preparation for the next season, but it's Fearless with a twist, because if by some reason we make it to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, we have a switcheroo coming for you, because the Game 5 is going to be played in blind, no bans game mode, and I'm looking forward for it. Honestly, the amount of plays that we've seen come out of blind, no bans is incredible. And right now, I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see it after 4 games, after 4 intense games of League of Legends. Right now, it's Game 3.
Oh yeah, blind pick would just be complete cinema for these two teams. I mean, I think back to that Game 1 and how close that one was from start to finish, and I can only imagine what kind of concoctions can be drafted up in the blind pick kind of draft. You can pick anything. It's a bit of a mind game, bit of a cheeky, clever nuance to it, and anything can happen in the blind pick. So if anything, as these two teams here going into the remaining potential 3 games, you want to win 3-1 so you don't have to worry about that variable of blind pick, because you kind of lose some say in the matter over what's going to happen. It's a lot more up in the air, a lot more uncontrollable if it does get to the blind pick.
It's true. It is absolutely true. And as we predicted, Invictus Gaming are going to be relegated with the red side, because top esports, they want that sweet, juicy blue side on their hands as still. Now, top esports are going to maintain some ban tendencies here. Syndra, Ari, and Silas, 3 bans towards the mid lane that they don't want Renard to play in this game. While on the side of Invictus, well, they keep on preserving their own Rumble pick. Reminder, this Rumble pick is one that we expect Saburo to be playing in the top lane, but it's one that Invictus Gaming have been banning over and over and over again to save it for later, essentially, is our assumption. But they also been banning Malphite and Jace, 2 very, very prominent junglers in the current meta, but they get hands on Ambessa.
I mean, a super peculiar start to the draft. I don't think you see first pick Renekton every day. And answered in kind by the Ambessa is also quite crazy work. You would have to imagine that's going to need to be a jungle Ambessa for Wei, which I think makes more sense. I think that champion is super effective in the jungle, much more so than the top lane, especially when you're paired up into a Renekton. And oh my gosh, the B2, B3 blue side picks from top esports are just so effective here. The Poppy to help counteract the Ambessa being the beautiful synergistic pick alongside Azir, thanks to that Emperor's Divide into the charge combo. So that's just going to be such a good way for TES to start this draft off.
Yep, and we need to address the fact that right now that Poppy is still being flexible. It could be going towards Nayo, or it could be going towards Fengye. It's still up for grabs wherever that Poppy is going to go. She's going to be very efficient, especially considering they have a Nautilus onto the bot lane there of Jue. So that means that Poppy is going to be very, very valuable on the bottom lane if Top Esports decide to bring her towards that side. But Invictus Gaming, they don't believe in the Poppy bot lane. They want to believe in the Poppy jungle, so they take out the Alistar to prevent, counter engages coming through. But I think the damage has already been done in this draft, Foles.
Yeah, I think we might need to bring back first pick Renekton because this is really giving them a pretty good condition in this draft right now. I mean, they've got a really strong top side here and the flexibility of the Poppy, which means they're going to be able to pick their bot support on their next rotation here, or they're going to be able to flex that Poppy and just have so many choices here. So I really like the way Top Esports is going, the direction they're looking at here. And as IG, I'm not really sure how you fix this draft. I think you want a champion to go top lane who can counter this Renekton. I actually think you really want Jax here, believe it or not, because it's super good into the Renekton and into the Azir. It makes more sense to save the flexibility to last pick, though.
You pick into the Sivir. She does have a spell shield. She does have a little bit of autonomy, but she is rather immobile. The response here from Top Esports is immediate, and it is very rough. You can't pick Zahed. What are you doing? Take that out of my screen. That response from Top Esports is immediate, and it is dangerous. That is the Aphelios with the Thresh. High priority pick comp with very, very dangerous target selection. That Sivir is going to have a very bad day tonight.
Yeah, and Aphelios Thresh might be back. This is one of the more classic OG combos we haven't seen in quite a while, but in the tournament, we've actually seen it already, and it has looked pretty good. I think Aphelios has been the 4th most picked AD carry in the tournament and has a really high win rate as far as I've seen. These players are performing really well on him, and he's only really lesser of a champion than the likes of Yunara, Varus, and Misfortune, so this is pretty much the best available AD, and in fact, I'm surprised that Photic didn't snag that up for himself. So, I mean, Aphelios with the Thresh and Tuck to help keep him safe as well is going to be really effective for that side of the game here.
True, and the Gragas last pick as well to round out the composition of Top Esports, or the composition of Invictus Gaming on this side. I like the Gragas. It is a direct response to Renekton. Renekton has a very hard time taking out the Gragas once some items start stacking up. Gragas just has to survive the first few levels. That's it. So we're probably going to see early game or early lane swaps to get the Gragas to be self-sufficient until he stacks up his first or second item, and then we might see the Renekton. I love the cat earphones. That's headset diff, absolutely. But I don't know. I really like Top Esports' draft here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think Top Esports' draft is one of the most this is pretty much the best kind of draft you could look for. I mean, as the resident Azir player, this is really everything you want. You've got CC, you've got utility, and pretty much all of your champions do not magic damage, which means that you're going to be able to be such a nice damage output source because they can't really itemize too much magic resist against you. The Taliyah matchup, as much as Taliyah does enjoy using that rock field to kind of interrupt you, you're just able to have all the say in the matter you want against this Taliyah compared to a more lane bullied champion like Orianna or Syndra. So, I mean, look at Azir to carry this game, and on the other side of things, I want to see if Saburo can do just as well as he did last game and play well in this last pick Gragas.
Let's see, as we head into game number 3 in this best of 5 series, Top Esports are on the blue and Invictus Gaming are on the red. Could be anyone's game, but let's see who puts who in match point in this third game. A lot of pressure being put on top of Wei. Wei was the MVP of game number 2 here, and he has the carry role in his hands alongside Photic on the bot lane, but the Zambesa needs to do a lot of damage, and I don't think you're going to have a lot of space to play when you're faced off against the Poppy in the jungle.
Now, some of these players have really big shoes to fill, and I better be careful what I say because we might have a late invade brewing here, so I'll hold that thought.
Uh-oh. Oh, Anchor goes wide. They don't have any backup CC to go for Nayu, so that is going to allow Nayu to actually clear out of his own jungle and start responding into Invictus Gaming's jungle, who have already set up vision and have tracked down Top Esports' start here.
Yep, swing and a miss from Jue there. You definitely want to take that one back if you could relive it. But we see that Wei is able to get a really good start here. His tempo is going to be up by, like, let's say 10 seconds because he starts the Raptors, even gets a bit of a leash. He's going to get the entirety of the bot side jungle from Nio here. It's just going to be a vertical map.
Yep, absolutely. But Top Esports, they seem to be taking the short end of the stick on this trade as Wei presents himself on the bot lane, shows himself on the bot lane. Futic at 200 HP, tanked that whole way, flashing from Fengye with the slow and the flashing from Jachi as well. Get the first blood and nearly get the second kill as well.
Really, really well done from the bot lane of TES there. Jachi really stepping it up big. He's got huge shoes to fill from the likes of Jackie Love. And Jachi Love, man, he's doing what he does best.
Jachi Love!
Wade does have the flank on him here, but I'm actually not sure if this is enough.
Fengye does have hook, and no, he does not have hook. He threw out the lantern for Jachi, and he is out. He is out. He's alive. Renard tries to. Oh, the flash into the wall, but it doesn't matter. The kills are there. That's all that matters for Invictus Gaming. That's a big, thick wall. Who put that there? Response from Invictus. Get him 2 kills.
And thank goodness gracious for Renard, he completely saves the day for IG, because if that Aphelios were to live there, that would just be so damaging to the hopes of IG and their bot lane here. But now their play is pretty much counteracted, and if anything, backfires. You really would look like Jachi had the advantage down here, but just overstaying his welcome just a little bit. Every AD carry knows you want to crash this wave, and it's understandable. You know, perhaps had he not gone for that crash, just accepted it wouldn't, and understood that Talia had the move, he could have kept this advantage down there with a slight cost of XP. But now that's 2 kills into the pocket of IG, meaning they're in the driver's seat for this early game.
True. But, and actually no buts here. I mean, I was going to say Invictus Gaming lost a little bit of farm throughout that trade, but ultimately Renard is perfectly fine with the current state of mid lane. He's actually ahead in CS with the wave dead even in the mid lane. Now Wei does grab the second Raptor camp away from Nio. Is going to put Top Esports jungle on a bit of a lull here. They don't really have the tempo here to maintain the advantage. And right now Invictus Game with a kill lead. Could this in some way, shape, or form perhaps hinder the mental here for Top Esports, I would have to ask?
I think quite possibly, because you would get really excited there as Jachi Fengye, just that the way that you're playing, completely outperforming your counterparts there, you know, with that flash play onto Fotic, with the better spacing, the better trading, you know, putting in all this effort just to be counteracted by that split map and Wei and even Renard showing up. I mean, it doesn't feel great, and especially as these rookies debuting right now, I can't imagine they have that much sort of mental endurance as the typical LPL player. You know, it comes with time and experience. So we'll see if Jachi can keep his head in the game and continue some of the performances we've seen from him in this series.
Yeah, trial by fire here for the Top Esports squad. 4 rookie players being drafted, but so far they're holding their own quite well. Jachi and Fengye do not follow up to the rotation. They want to stay bot side so they can assist their jungler with the first objective of the map. This Mountain Dragon should be valuable for Top Esports if they can collect them. It doesn't seem like Invictus Gaming are too interested in contesting it for the time being.
Yeah, so typically when this happens and one team sends their bot lane, top lane pretty early, it can be answered here with the Dragon for the opposing team, though it just means that there's going to be probably some slight XP and gold advantages that go the way of IG here.
Okay. I was wondering where chilling.
And yeah, so that should mean that they're able to situate themselves for the grubs as IG. You shouldn't be too concerned about this. You can really maintain control over the map with this Sivir getting priority. And this Aphelios is kind of being lane locked down there. So...
Oh... Nio trying to get some CS out of his own jungle, but Wei is super aggressive. He's clearing camp so fast with the Mbessa as well, punishing every single time that Nio gets spotted outside of positioning. Oop, explosive cast just to send a message there into the bot side of Jachi and Fengye. but nothing too serious. Nobody from Invictus Gaming are looking towards the bot side of the map. So Soboro, for the time being, he's alone to his own devices. And like you said, with the group spawning in, it should be a play for Invictus Gaming to take that objective.
Yeah, and it's pretty good weak side gameplay from Soboro here. You know, he's forced to play 1v2 in this bot lane, and I think Gragas is actually a pretty good last pick here because he's able to do some of that stuff like you just saw. It seems pretty troll to throw out the explosive cask, but if you think about it, it's at pretty much perfect timing before the spawn of the grubs, and you obviously want to be getting all the gold you can. Get that cannon minion by any means necessary, and honestly chunk them out and push them back while you're at it. No reason why not to, and they're definitely building up some pretty big leads for themselves. This Azir as well is going to be a pretty weak until he gets to that Gnasher's Tooth. So if you're able to force these grubs beforehand as IG, you should be able to secure them. And yeah, but just be a bit careful though, because it's very easy to get this play wrong. Azir does have the elixir. They're going to have their summoners. And if someone oversteps or misplays, specifically Renard on the Talia, he could just get completely one-shot by the Azir Poppy combo. Frankly, so could Ambessa, and probably so could anyone. So it's going to be interesting to see if Top Esports or IG want to posture up into this top river.
Let's see. Top Esports are slowly but surely starting to make their way towards that side of the river, and they're actually the first ones on the scene. Top Esports, if you look at Josh and Fengye, they're already positioning towards that top half of the rift, and now with Naio on the scene as well, they definitely want to get a fight before they go into the grubs, or at least they should. Naio looks at the grubs intentively, but they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the lantern just despawns as the public execution takes down Jachi, which means free grub for Invictus Gaming.
Yep, one public execution, one kill there from Ambessa, just really instantly ending the fight before it even begins with the R button out of way. And we got to take a look at that. I don't suppose Jachi had flash there, because as soon as that spell hits him, the entirety of the fight just does end, and that means IG's going to level out the objectives here and secure themselves the feat of warfare. Really, really suboptimal for TES.
Suboptimal is definitely a word you want to use here. I mean, they got the dragon. They should if they can, should have they, wait. Zweon goes into Dominus looking for Renard, could find the target. Naio is on the scene as well, and they find an easy kill off the back of that one. Great pick by Top Esports, but I don't think they can get anything else out of that.
I mean, that's a beautiful look though as TES. It reminds me a lot of Game 1 when they were catching out Saboro, if you remember. And I can't quite remember what champion he was playing. He was playing with the Rek'Sai, actually, and it was Naio just picking on him and catching him out off guard, finding a way for TES to get some footing into the game. And it's going to be the same thing here, except with Renard as the victim. And it's really well played because Renard seems to have been, relatively speaking, the player who you could probably pick on the most in terms of IG. You know, it seems like Saboro's holding up his side of things. Same thing goes for Fotic. So I really like the focus from Naio to see if you can kill Renard as much as you can.
Absolutely. Now, with that said, we're still looking at a lead from Invictus Gaming. They already have 1 feat of strength, and the objectives are to anyone to grab. Next Dragon's coming up within the minute. Top Esports aren't really making any progress in terms of vision to take back control. And if you look at the minimap, there's a lot of red scattered around the jungle of Top Esports right now.
Yep, a lot of red scattered around the jungle of Top Esports, as you said. And this Hextech Drake coming up, it should be all up to IG for this one. You know, especially with their item spikes coming in. They've got the Roa, the Eclipse, the Archangels. They're really strong right now. It's just a matter of if this Azir can possibly solo carry. He's got level 9. He's got an Asher's Tooth. And both him and Aphelios do have their elixirs of adaptive force right now. So, especially if they can keep it 4v4 with this Renekton being pre-Stride Breaker, they might have a chance down here.
Absolutely. Now the Dragon's being pulled off. Top Esports are the ones to initiate the objective here. As the rest of the squad tries to collapse, Lantern goes out, which puts it on the cooldown for the rest of the fight, supposedly, unless Invictus Gaming pulled the trigger a little bit too late. But they let the Dragon reset. They're trying to bait for the banana brush.
They're running the
Anchor
wrong way.
falls off. Teleport. They're absolutely running the wrong way. Teleport comes in. Soboro is here for the fight, but a massive Aphelios ult catches off 4 players from Invictus Gaming. Lantern goes wide, but it's a great Emperor's Divide alongside Steadfast Presence, locking in 2 kills on top. But let's see if they can get anything else. Zweyan going a little bit too deep, forcing Way completely out of the fight as Photic as well. Walking away under tier 2 tower. 3 kills on Azir. Can they get something else? Nayo's not done with this one. 100 HP. Does not mind sacrificing himself. Grabs the shield. Stays alive. 4 kills for Top Esports as Renard bites the dust. And now it's free Dragon for Top.
And there's the cinema we've been waiting for ever since game 1. We finally get another glimpse of it. Both teams going back and forth. Punch for punch. This is just exactly what you want to see in your LPL Demacia Cup quarterfinals. Way.
Yep, he's dead. Way is absolutely dead. Doesn't matter how much you sustain with an Ambessa. You cannot get away from Zweyan at this point in time. Dragon down 5 kills. Flip on the scoreboard. 7-5.
And just take a look at this. I think this is really well played from TES here to kind of clump up on this particular banana bush. You can't really get onto them so easily here. And they kite it out, and Jiachi with the immediate pop of the elixir into the 4-man ultimate Infernum style. He does get hit by the Ambessa ult, but that separates Way from the rest of the fight, meaning that Nia can just get 3 damage dealt down here. Way even flashing in to try and change his position. Not so pretty. And they do have Photic go way too deep onto Zuan here, just completely underestimating what Nia can do to him, flashing onto him with the lethal tempo, taking him out. And the rest of this fight was just them using their 3v2 advantage on them here. 3v1ing Renard, and getting his flash out is even just more insult to injury. Really beautiful stuff from Top Esports.
Absolutely, and you think, well, I mean, Jachi got isolated with the public execution and got taken down. That would be an issue for Top Esports. Not really, because Nia was absolutely immaculate with his positioning, and Top Esports protected the right target. They knew that the damage output would be more consistent throughout the Azir. They kept them safe, and the fact that Renekton is still within a time frame where he is extremely relevant. You saw that on that fight. Everybody from Invictus Gaming, nobody from Invictus Gaming wanted anything to do with Zweyan.
Oh yeah, you can say that for sure, because this Renekton champion, when he pops the Dominus and gets all those stats, he is just unkillable. You need more magic penetration, armor penetration, HP-based damage or something. There's just no possible way to punch through him. He's about to be level 11 as well, and just keep your eyes on Nia, because he's able to index into the Merc Treads this game, which is really effective and desirable into the Talia, of course, because that rock field can just be so frustrating. And it's actually super good because they have Gragas and Nautilus anyway. So Nia gets to pay that Mercury Treads tax and still have a pretty huge gold lead for himself. And the rest of his team is holding up quite nicely as well.
True. And like you said, he's going to be able to sustain through a lot more fights. He's not going to have as much damage output, but I don't think it really matters, considering that he has the space to really grind out the fights and stack the lethal tempo. So Top Esports looking good. Walking into mid-game now, it's just a matter of figuring out if Top Esports can get the feats of strength and find themselves in a very good position. Second objective for themselves is getting started, which is the Rift's Herald. I do feel like Top Esports are in prime position to take it and take the first feat of strength with no contest from Invictus Gaming, which means that first tower is the last thing standing between these two teams in the upgraded boots.
Yep, you can say that for sure. And with the Rift Herald, it seems to me they've got a bit of a cheat code for finishing that and securing that for themselves. Maybe the Weaver's Wall might be able to block this on time. Looks like he wasn't quite able to send that one in. They don't finish the tower. In fact, they look for a more aggressive look. Yeah, if anything, I don't want to call anything out or say any names, but I think as Renard there, you're just really missing out on your value as Talia. Not only do you fail to block the Rift Herald's charge, but you waste the ultimate anyway. That's really not pretty. That was a level 10 Talia ult as well, so it's on an even longer cooldown than it could have been, because Nia at the level 11 right now. You see him level up as Renard finally.
Wait,
you gotta
are we
play
gonna
better.
Have a fight here for a Scuttle Crab? I don't think so. Top Esports decide to back away from the scuttle, concede it over to Invictus Gaming. They have no need for it at that point in time. Oh, well, that's the Emperor's Divide right on top of Renard. Let's see if Renard can do anything about it. Is he going to get chunked down by the Sand Soldiers? Nia gets another kill, and that's a solo bowler from Top Esports opening up the bot lane.
And I love that Nia is able to identify the free solo kill there. If Talia doesn't immediately press the rock field, she will just get 100-0 by the Azir.
That's way on. Explosive gas right into the public execution. Dominus is available, but it's just too little too late. They find a nice little pick on Zwayon. Can Top Esports respond elsewhere at that pick?
And we might have even more fighting for ourselves. Looks like we can finally take a bit of a pause here. But Nia gets the really beautiful solo kill, and Saburo doesn't like that very much. He again evens out the gold with this really nice look onto the top side here. I'm really liking this Ambessa Gragas combo. You just hit the explosive cask and aim the public execution right to where they're knocked up to. It's a really good combo. I haven't seen this before, but I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see more of this as this meta continues to evolve. Looks like we're going to pick up the Drake start as IG, and you really want this because Dragon Soul is just so effective.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It takes a little bit of finesse to land the public execution at the explosive cast, but if Way can do it, it's good for them. Dragon being conceded over to Invictus Gaming. It's a first dragon from the red side, and it's a Cloud Dragon into a Cloud Soul. If Invictus Gaming can get a little bit more, ooh, that's a fight. Box point put down. Photic in trouble. Poppycopter pulls him down, but look at Way getting Emperor Divider straight into the tower. Teleport coming in as well, but Invictus Gaming managed to disengage after taking home Fungi with them. Can Top Esports get first break here? It's already been taken. Explosive gas is massive, and Photic collects the dividends out of that one. Zwayon trying to disengage. Weaver's Wall is good. Renard in the front line taking home the Crocodile. He's got new leather boots. No, he doesn't. His Dominus comes in clutch here, but Invictus Gaming, they're still able to push the fight towards Top Esports.
Yeah, and no clue what Fengye was doing there. He really thought that Photic was overstepping, but it just wasn't the case. And such a beautiful look from Saburo.
Okay. Well,
they try and pick him out, but that heroic charge out of there is going to keep him safe. And yeah, it seems to me that this game is slightly going towards the IG favor now. They've even got the feats of strength. Take a look at Fengye here and his look on Photic. It's a bit too overzealous. Photic saved the spell shield bot for the perfect frame, and Fengye just goes down like that. Even with Nia burning the ultimate onto Wei, that's forcing the flash out of Wei as well. They go aggressively for the tower here, and I think that's probably when they bit off more than they could chew. Look at that, man.
That was beautiful. No, that was an absolute beautiful target isolation. Saburo being massive with this Gragas is everything that we expected to see from him, but not what we got from game one. But he's waking up in this series in a tremendous way. And it felt like a good fight from Top Esports, but they just got a little bit sidetracked there with the back line because your primary damage dealer, Nya, was busy with Wei in the back line.
Yeah, and this game is actually a lot closer than the gold lead might otherwise say, because in my opinion, with the Azir having a 700 gold lead, this guy is extremely strong. He's going to have that Leandries in base. He's going to be really, really able to take over these fights. You've seen how much damage he's dealt. He forced the Wei's flash out just on his own, and man, this really is anyone's game. And if you ask me, the only real gold lead that IG has, for the most part, is on the Ambessa.
Are we flipping Otacon? I mean, at least Invictus Gaming are starting it.
Nia has TP, but he really wants to shop.
Yeah. Oh, Nayu does know that the Otacon is being made 6k, and it's dropping really, really fast. It resets slightly to 8k. Is Wayon on a good position to try to intervene here. Dominus available to start a fight, but ultimately Invictus Gaming seem to decide against continuing Otacon at this point in time. They want the debuffs to reset, and now it's Top Esports to continue on with it. Poppycopter throws the Nautilus all the way back, but he hooks himself onto the wall to safety. Bear, not the Baron. The Otacon is stolen by Invictus. Everything goes sideways for Top Esports. Man, I want to replay, because Jouet just played his little heart out, and now there's nothing left for Top Esports to fight for. They lose 2 members off the back of it, and bot tower is in jeopardy as well.
Yeah, we might not be done here, Nia.
Oh, public execution on Nia. The Emperor's Divide is good. Can Nia find a kill? No, he can't. He flashes right in the face of Wei. A double kill on the Mbessa. Can they get some more? Maintaining the distance from Zweon. The Weaver's wall locks everyone out. Renard just says, no, you're not allowed to go in anymore. We want the tower, not the kills. Take the objectives. Invictus Gaming secure another fight.
And Wei is completely smurfing. You see him dancing and diving, dashing in and out with his passive, just surviving and spacing so incredibly well here, cementing a 3,000 goal lead for himself. And we can only wonder how that fight might have looked if TES secures the Otacon. But who else but Wei smites that down, wins the flip, and puts his team in a really good spot to take this series lead.
Look at this. Whoop. Nope. He's back in a fight. Wei played his little heart out there. He wound up the hook before the Poppycopter went out so that he would hook onto the wall after flying off and brought him right back where he was. Top Esports just completely out microed on this fight, I think.
Yeah, beautiful input from Joy there. That's a really excellent buffer, changing the complete dynamic of this fight. And yeah, both junglers pressing the smite there. Unfortunately, Nio just a bit too early. Nia not getting any damage out from the Emperor's Divide there either. Just a bit too ugly, unfortunately, on the Azir look there. You want it to be a bit more pretty, and that's going to matter a heck of a lot because now this Mbessa has a practical 1k gold lead, and it's going to be really hard to kill this guy. He's got flash and everything.
Yeah, and Fengyu is unfortunately not being able to pull out the full potential of Thresh due to the fact that he's playing against an Invictus Gaming who are so fast on the collapses. They don't allow a single pick to happen. They don't allow Thresh to do what he does best, which is single out targets for a pick on top esports. They just don't have the damage to immediately execute someone that Fengyu hooks.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And Fungus actually had a pretty good series from himself in Game 1 and Game 2, but unfortunately this Thresh in the Game 3 just does not appear to be the look for him. He's a bit of a liability to his team here. With that being said, Jockey was in a similar spot to this in Game 1 and somehow ended the game with 14 kills. So, I mean, Jockey is still very much in this game, and of course, this Nia Azir has the lead for himself still as well. The Poppy and Renekton don't mind as much being down gold either, so all things considered, top esports, they're down 6k gold, but they're definitely not out.
Let's see if they aren't out. Is Nia starting to feel the weight of the Invictus Gaming snowball on his shoulders? He's not being able to play, doesn't have the space to play. His team can't buy him the space to play. Emperor's Divide not used here on Photic. Poppycopter does throw Jue out of the fight, but in goes Wei, and the damage is being done. Wei is locked out, tries to go for the public execution, doesn't quite land it. But Invictus Gaming, they take 1 for 1, but I do think that their target is a little bit more valuable than Wei.
Yeah, I mean, the Nia play looks pretty scuffed, but I can completely understand as an Azir player myself. It feels really awkward to press R sometimes, and we have a bit of a stalemate.
Oh, Zweon in the front line. I mean, he's biting off a little bit more than what he can chew. The lantern was completely ignored. Zweon does not want to take that lantern to safety from Fengyu. As the rest of the squad tries to keep his Renekton safe, Zweon flashes out. Big ultimate from Jia Chi. He gets a kill on Jue, but look at the backline. Renard is coming in as well. He has a good position to flank, but can he find the position? Can he find the spells? Fengyu might be in trouble. Jia Chi as well. They no longer have cooldowns to sustain the fight, so they back out with a kill in their hands.
I mean, as TES, you take that 6k gold leads down to 5, and really clever attempt there from Fengyu. It could have looked beautiful. Unfortunately, it did not quite come together, but oh my goodness, this is really what you needed as top esports here. I can't even quite understand how this happened here. It's all because as Azir, you want to be pressing this EQ. I mean, it looks so favorable, but it's easier said than done to press the Emperor's Divide. If he spell shields that, you're cooked. So he's lucky he's able to get this input off at the end, force out the photic flash, and even kill Wei on the back end of that play there. That's quite a blunder from Wei, if you ask me, but that's going to have a huge impact on the outcome of this game. He just gave away 1k.
Yep, that is a massive, massive shutdown. It did go for the hands of Nio, but Nio's still a puppy, and he gets annoyingly tough to kill in the middle of a fight. Good ultimate from Jia Chi. But Renard's positioning, even though he didn't really do much throughout the fight, his positioning allowed the squad of Invictus Gaming to clear out scot-free by just losing Joy in the process. But ultimately, Invictus Gaming, they're still putting up the pressure. They're still the ones in the driver's seat of this game. Baron now is up. Let's see if there's a play to be made for that objective.
Yeah, and Nia making perfect usage of the Azir passive here, summoning the Disc of the Sun so that they're able to contest this mid lane priority. And this is the stage of the game where you just want to keep yourself in it. You don't want to fight. You don't want to overstep and be on a fight with IG's terms. You just want to secure yourself as much gold, minions, and XP as you possibly can. Keep yourself in a safe shape, a safe spot with as much vision as you can secure as well. And you might have to bleed out this dragon, but luckily you've given yourself some room to give over this third Drake here with 2 Drakes to their own name in top esports.
True.
Column
it's
there,
only Cloud Dragons. Cloud Dragons are the most menacing, but they're still very relevant because you're going to lose spacing and tempo once Invictus Gaming starts to get steadfast on their feet here with all those dragons stacking up. Baron seems to be under control for Invictus Gaming for the time being. They're the ones controlling this area. They're the ones calling the shots here. They're the ones with full control over this quadrant of the map. And Top Esports understand that they can't hold a candle to Invictus Gaming in the middle of a fight. So Invictus Gaming, they pull the trigger on the Baron Nashor. They start taking it out, and it's melting pretty fast, Foles.
They want Nia to TP, and both these 80 carries
Big
are
ultimate
actually
from
quite
Menard.
at parity right now. This is anyone's fight if they can get good conditions.
They seem to have good conditions. Anio goes inside. The smite does not land. It's not a steal, and Anio immediately flashes over the wall. The fight rolls out, and watch out for Zweyon taking 2 kills in the middle of all of that. Invictus Gaming decide to enough is enough, and they retain the 3 Baron buffs that they still have. So Boro gets caught off in Top Esports jungle. Great response from the blue team, but can they find Soboro off the back of this one? He is chunky, but he is not immortal. He is going straight for the base of Top Esports, trying to get an execution off, sustaining through, and it is an execute. No gold given over to Top Esports. Baron on 2 players. Invictus Gaming play out of this one, but it's Top Esports who seem to swing back into action here.
Yeah, I think this is actually a huge mistake from IG unless they're able to get this dragon, because this Baron buff is not going to be all too effective. You're going to give a huge gold swing back to TES.
That's the second
And
tower in the
look
mid
at
lane.
this Aphelios as well, because
am.
just because he has 5 deaths does not mean he can't hang. This is the LPL. He's going to have 11 CS per minute, 80 carry, even if he dies 10 times. That's just the way it is with this guys like Jiaki. You got to love this content, this cinema. I mean, who would have expected that Top Esports could have taken such an advantageous fight there? They're shrinking this goalie down to just 3K.
I mean, you got to remember that the Baron buff does the Baron does debuff the team that's trying to execute it. The team that stays longer in the pits, the team that's going to have the least amount of stats. Even though Nayu did spend his ultimate on Joy again, he once again buffered that anchor perfectly. The smite does go in favor of Invictus Gaming, but the subsequent fight was so good for Top Esports. Zweyon is trying to play his little heart out within the space that he is given, and he is doing great things with that Renekton. He is going to be a tanky menace. He's going to be the space that Top Esports need to have their carries flourish.
Yeah, and with Renekton going for the Randuin's Omen here, he's going to be extremely unkillable for Photic. That's going to definitely matter quite a lot, and that was the best look they were able to get, probably, because Photic's going to have Flash Cleanse now, so it's not like you're going to get away with that a second time. And that being said, you did close the gold lead a significant amount. We see 4 top being shown here from IG. They're completely catching TES off guard. You have to answer this.
Fools. They do have to answer to this unless Saboro decides that he can cancel out recalls. That was just 2 towers being absolutely brute forced by Invictus Gaming. Top Esports just forgot that top lane existed and got their inhibitor cracked wide open.
Yeah, that's super well played from IG. I think they were concealing some of their characters in the fog there. The TES didn't even realize they had 4 top. It only takes 1 Baron buff to execute a play like that. We even see the death cap being secured here for Renard. Despite the fact he's down 500 gold, his inventory is really, really strong here. And honestly, look at the scoreboard. This is a pretty even game state. The only difference being just a few extra dragons for IG. They've got themselves the feats of strength, but I think this game, it's really up to just who is able to execute better in these clutch fights right here. We got to see if Fotic can get one shot or if Jiaqi is able to, Jiaqi rather.
Oh, they do find Fengye, and that's the Thresh. That's the Warder down. No more vision available for Top Esports for the next few minutes. As the rest of the fight progresses, Saburo is under the tower getting taken down. They find the kill on Jiaqi. The rest of Invictus Gaming are in a tight spot, so they are evacuating the bottom quadrant of the Top Esports jungle as they decide to make a play for the Tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Jiaqi might have been caught up, but look at the damage being reproduced by the Aphelios. Poppy saves the day, taking out all of the frontliners on Invictus' side, leaving Wei completely alone in the backline for Jueyan to take home the kill and allowing Top Esports a few more minutes to play the League of Legends here.
And honor Nayo, because I don't know if I've seen a pop out like that in quite some time. He quite literally saved his entire Nexus with that ult, with Jiaqi being able to survive and now spend all this time on the map gathering resources, shutting down their attempt onto Jiaqi's life and even claiming Wei's life in the process. Despite the fact Fengye got caught out, Nia with a great look onto Saburo to even it out 1-for-1, securing Jiaqi even more gold as well, plus 620 over there. And you get the cleanse out of Fotic as well. This is a really good look out of TES.
Absolutely. And then the Weaver's Wall does come in to isolate Jiaqi, but fast on the flash, the AD carry for Top Esports manages to remain alive with the help of Nayo and secure a kill on Wei, who got a little bit overexcited there on that back line. But ultimately, I do feel like Saburo was a little bit late on the Zhonya's pop there. Could have avoided the Emperor's Divide. And Invictus Gaming give it a few more gold pieces over to Top Esports that allows them to stay relevant in this game.
Oh yeah, and super well played from Jiaqi. He was able to get his Q off just in time to steal away that Sivir spell shield and allow that Keeper's Verdict to bring him safety. We see Fotic does complete his entire inventory here, and it's going to be a really tense map state with the Baron coming up and the Dragon shortly thereafter. 3 Cloud Drakes for IG. We don't want to see the dreaded
Weaver's
4.
Wall. Top Esports have been corralled towards the Baron Nashor. Invictus Gaming can do nothing about this, but truth be told, Top Esports are abandoning the mid lane, which probably allows Invictus Gaming to take home the Tier 2 tower mid as they intended. But no, Invictus Gaming actually want to fight. Baron Nashor spawning in. This is a prime position to maybe look at closing the game. Explosive Cast goes a little bit wide from Saburo, but their positioning is still good. Keeper's Verdict does not land, does not get used. We'll go on to a shorter cooldown as Top Esports abandon the Baron, dropping it to 50% HP. Invictus Gaming do not continue the objective for now.
Oh yeah, we have 18k on this Baron, and as Top Esports, you have to keep this standoff going, because if IG can send one person to solo this Drake, that's free soul.
It's Fotic that goes for the tower here. Top Esports are fully committing to the objective. Invictus Gaming are trying to split their attention through towers and Baron. They trust Wei's smite. Keeper's Verdict is available, and out goes Saburo from this fight. Fotic joins. 5-item Sivir, trashing through Top Esports, and one by one, they take him down. Top Esports take the Baron, but at what cost? Jiaqi completely missed position, means that a triple kill falls in the hands of Wei, and now Invictus Gaming have an open red carpet to just drive it down the mid lane.
Yeah, that's probably going to spell GG right there. It looked like a really actually decent attempt out of Top Esports right there. They got the Drake, or they got the Baron uncontested, and I think if they could just get their inputs off a little bit better, position a little bit better, they could have completely had something there. But unfortunately, Azir does not flash down best at all. Jiaqi gets one shot. The whole team wasn't able to survive that, and neither is their Nexus going to be able to survive IG's onslaught, starting down 0-1 and bringing this series 2-1 with the back-to-back wins.
And what a way to put in Top Esports in match point. Reminder that this is the first time in the Demacia Cup that we are taking a look at Top Esports with their brand new roster. They're trying out players, they're giving them a chance to shine as well. Invictus Gaming, they've already had the groups warm up, and they are looking solid. They're looking good, couple of mistakes here and there, but ultimately their decision making seems to be working out in their favor. Invictus Gaming, look at this goal graph. It looked promising at some points for Top Esports. They managed to come back before they made the full decision to go for Baron there.
Yeah, Fotic is just the man of this series, and when I took a look at this quarterfinal matchup pre-show, and I was wondering what exactly it is that we're looking at here with these rosters and what these kind of narratives might be, it seemed to me that a lot of these are lesser known players who really haven't had the chance to have a good spotlight in their career. You know, again, that LPL's Got Talent narrative we've been trying to paint tonight about how these players for top esports are not proven. These are new players making their debuts in the LPL, and we don't really have anyone on here who we can consider a face of the league. So we want to see if somebody can step up and become the protagonist of the series.
True, and like we said, top esports looked good at the beginning of this game. They had good options, they had good ideas coming into game 3. Their composition was somewhat working on blue side, but I think ultimately Invictus Gaming just outscaled them with the Sivir getting a full item ahead of the Affiliates. The Weaver's Wall, even though we don't see Renard on his prime, I would say, with the Talia, the Weaver's Wall that landed were still absolutely phenomenal. And Saburo just on the individual micro plays.
Oh yeah, Saburo popping it off, way matching in style as well. But my MVP has got to go to Fotic, at least so far in these 3 games. I mean, in this particular match, you can kind of give it to a lot of them here. But Fotic overall throughout the series has been playing consistently and has been playing better than Jachi as well. And keep in mind some of the shoes we have to fill here for some of these players. Gala for Fotic, we've got Rookie for Renard, we've got Jackie Love for Jachi, we've got The Shy for Saburo. These are some legendary names from the LPL that these players are going to have to replace, and we're seeing some good performances. These players really want to become that hero that they have yet to be in their careers, and let's see if they can really seal the deal as IG here and prove why they dominated in that stage 2 of the tournament.
Exactly, but also we were talking about Fotic being one of the players to watch in this series, and I fully agree, but Wei has been putting up a hell of a show throughout this series. Wei in the jungle, time after time after time, he's been massive at keeping the pace of the game, at making sure that he always has a read on where Nayo is. Wei has been doing pretty good himself, but overall, I think it's a 50-50, 60-40. 60-40 towards Fotic, just because on how he's positioning. Wei gets yet another MVP, actually.
Yep, in this particular game, the more I think about it, it should actually go to Wei. This Ambessa was just popping off. I remember glazing him for some of his inputs and his spacings in some of these fights. He was just putting in God's work on that Ambessa, just doing things that no champion should be done. And yeah, I mean, you really got to hand it to Wei. He's been carrying this team. We have the spotlight on him about if he is able to be that vocal team leader that the team could use with some of these rookies coming in, and the likes of Saburo and Renard. And so far, it looks like after that rocky start in game 1 that he was able to find that footing in game 2 and 3.
Absolutely, and let's see if they can maintain this footing in Game 4, because right now Invictus Gaming are in match point against Top Esports. Will Game 4 lead us to a Game 5, or will Invictus Gaming be able to hold on to their lead? We're going to find out right after this break, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first series of the quarterfinal knockout stage, and what a way to open a quarterfinals. Invictus Gaming are leading this series 2-1, and they're currently in match point against Top Esports. For those of you that just joined us, you have no idea what you just missed, but I'm AC, bringing you all the action in and out of Summer's Rift alongside Fulls. And Fulls, what are we waiting for here on game number 4, man?
I mean, TES is down, but they are not out. They certainly have what it takes to bring this series to that fateful Game 5 blind pick. And I know everybody wants to see it, so we're hoping they can step it up and lock in for this Game 4 and give us a showing parallel to that showing they gave in Game 1.
Truly, this is, I mean, on one hand, we all want to see what a blind pick, no bans Game 5 on a quarterfinals will do to you. But on the other hand, I mean, Top Esports, they're fielding 4 new players, 4 rookie players coming in from the development team of Top Esports. And game after game, you're starting to kind of feel the exhaustion settling in on these players. Invictus Gaming, they're looking good. Top Esports mistakes are really jeopardizing them throughout the games.
You can make a case for both teams as to what's going on here. For IG, you could say that, you know, Game 1, we haven't played today. It's the first game of the series in a best of 5. You're just kind of feeling things out. It's an excusable loss because you just win the next 3 games thereafter. And we'll see if that's the story for this game. And as Top Esports, it's more of a matter of your teammates and yourselves as a unit aren't necessarily where you need to be in terms of that synergy and that practice. So in order to be winning some of these games, you need to be having some superheroic performances. You need to be doing some things, perhaps in the draft phase, that give you an advantage to come out on top, because IG, in theory, should have the better team play. So you need to find a different way in to win these kind of games.
True, and to be fair, if we look back at the last game, there was no need for Top Esports to fully commit to that Baron Nashor, but they did. They took it, but ultimately that costed them the game. And now Invictus Gaming, even though Top Esports won the game, they want to be on red side for game number 4. Could this be the game that Invictus Gaming is going to see the rumble on the hands of Saboro here? Because right now the bans are looking kind of different. Syndra is open, Arya is open, and Rumble is definitely open, Fulls.
Yeah, kind of like what IG's doing here, where they're basically going to have, no matter what, a Syndra or a Rumble for themselves as the first pick, you know? Because they do the Silas ban to force the Malphite ban, the Akali ban, which would then be matched by the Syndra ban, but you've got to ban Jace. The only good jungler into Jace is Malphite, and looks like they want to bite on the Syndra ban with the double Akali Galio. Meaning that it would, see, how do you even pick here? This is such a big dilemma.
Yep, what do you want to take out? You don't want to see the Rumble. Okay, you don't want Saboro to really start soaring through the top lane, but that is going to leave the Syndra open for Renard with no viable counters in the mid lane. Orianna has already been picked, which is historically the matchup to go for. It's Orianna Syndra. It's an even lane. They're both wanting to scale.
Yeah, we'll probably just have one of the lesser picked mages come in here. Maybe Victor, Hui, even Mel. We'll probably see. I'd be surprised if he goes for something else, a different angle other than that. But I really do want to praise this draft strategy from IG. They identified that they had 4 OP champs to first pick between Malphite, Jace, Rumble, and Syndra. And so you can set up the bans to force the enemy team to make their bans in response, and that left them with a clean Syndra pick here with not many good champs left to counter it.
Okay, so we're going to lock people into an arena. That's going to be the response for Top Esports right now. Syndra is somewhat of an immobile champion. Without a flash, he doesn't really have a lot of places to go. That's why they're going into the Jarvan here to try to mitigate some of that incoming aggression. And Top Esports also lock in the Jax. Blind. They need carry potential, and they're relying on Zweon to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the Jarvan pick makes all the sense in the world. You know, if you expect them to first pick Syndra, maybe you already had that drawn up in your draft schematics and you picked the Jarvan as a response. But the Jax, on the other hand, That's a very peculiar pick. I mean, I think you could probably find an angle for Jax on the red side third pick, but to just blind pick Jax out of the blue there, not even as a flex pick since Jarvan's already locked in, that says a lot about maybe they want to index into Zuyan in the top lane on this pick, but that's not good.
Yeah, you want to lock people in with the Jarvan, and you want to keep them locked in so that the Jax can jump in, get an AoE stun with a counter-strike, and do something with it. Alistar comes in and says, nah, that combo is not going to work, and they insta-lock in the support for the disengage to keep that backline safe and to keep the carries in a good position. Jue is going to have a massive roll in his hands, but he's going to safely do it with an Alistar.
Yep, Alistar is really effective and also really frustrating for the Jax to play against, so that's a really good pick. And this LeBlanc coming in to enter the Syndra, it makes kind of some decent sense. It's a champion who can go even against the Syndra, even can win lane a little bit and assassinate her in the mid game. But I would still think that Syndra is completely fine with this. You know, the Scatter of the Weak can just be so effective into the LeBlanc. You've even got an Alistar to help set you up with that and peel this LeBlanc off of your case in the first place. So this draft's looking pretty promising for IG. I'm hoping that TES can round this draft out a bit better so that they can have a pretty good chance of taking us to Game 5.
Let's see if they can round out the draft a little bit more, because I'm looking at these picks right now, and Top Esports seem a little bit scattered on what ideas they want to bring to the table. They kind of have picks, they kind of have lockdown, but a lot of DPS, some snowball, some scaling. Let's see how the bot lane looks like after the second rotation of bans. The Advi's been taken out, the Misfortune's been taken out as well. From the pairing with Alistar, there's still so many picks left available for Photic to really spread his wings and fly here for Invictus Gaming. Braum getting taken out as well is massive here.
Yeah, I think most of the S tier 80 carries have been taken out by now, especially with this MF being banned. So I'm not sure who comes next on the pecking order for kind of A tier 80 carry champs.
Corki is available if you want him.
Corki's good. For some reason, I'm thinking of Ashe would be good. I believe. Have we seen Kaisa already? We have, right?
We have last game, yeah.
Yeah. So I think Jinx could make a lot of sense. Zeri, you know, the Ziggs hover is interesting, but I think Ziggs, Zeri, or Corki would be Jinx, Zeri, or Corki would probably be the top 3 in my head right now, especially into this Caitlyn.
Caitlyn has been locked in by Top Esports. The range advantage is going to be massive on the red side, so IG need to draft something that can survive in lane at this point in time. Ziggs is a good answer, but you're lacking a little bit on the sustained damage front here, and you need a jungler that can really pull his weight in that department. What is IG looking for here right now?
I would love to see an Aatrox pick here. I see no reason why not to. But
or Viego, that could work.
That's a similar concept.
Can't be a Lee Sin. Could it be a Lee Sin? Can't be a Lee Sin. It's a Viego. All right, similar concept, like you said. Carry jungler inbound here for the hands of Voy. He's been having a phenomenal series so far into Top Esports, and he is going to have the chance to play Viego into Top Esports for Game 4 here. Last pick, Elise support.
Yep, insta-lock Elise. I mean, it's a total pairing with the Caitlyn, but you can tell that they're ready for this one with just the sheer speed he picked that one up with. That's going to be pretty intimidating as IG here. Even as the Ziggs, you kind of have to go teleport. You don't really get to build many defenses, so this is the kind of draft where TES might have a cheeky in route on just shutting down the Ziggs as much as possible.
I mean, you know what this tells me, Foles? This tells me that Top Esports are... they're in or they're out. This is an all-in composition that they have. It's a full snowball comp. If the Elise works from the early game, they're going to have a great time because the Elise locks down a target with the cocoon into the Caitlyn trap, into like 2 or 3 headshots, into a full combo. We can't forget that Elise is an assassin at the end of the day, and she has been seen as a support as early as MSI, if I'm not mistaken. This year has been a very support Elise kind of year, and she has been seen in Worlds with mixed performances. If the early game goes really well and they manage to snowball, goes well. But let's see how Top Esports actually manage to play around with this Elise in a support role. She can have a lot of presence if she's allowed to do things, especially with the LeBlanc in the mid lane in hands of Nia.
Yeah, and that is one of the most hit or miss champions in the game, and they are drafting fully indexing into some aggressive early game picks here. The Caitlyn Elise, one of the most oppressive bot lanes in the game. Even the LeBlanc mid lane is extremely aggressive as you can get. As well as the Jarvan, that champion is more than welcome to get his hands dirty in the early game as well. And level 6, just always going to be looking for aggressive engages. So yeah, it's going to be a going forwards comp for TES, trying to just back up IG from start to finish. And we'll see if this works, because if you make any kind of slight errors or mistakes and let IG exist peacefully, you're going to have a hard time in the mid game. So you pretty much have to build a lead as this kind of comp.
Oh, no, for sure. Especially since Wei scales so hard, Syndra scales so hard, and Ziggs scales so hard. I mean, Saburo is basically going to be a menace, just to throwing people up against the wall to set up plays for the rest of the squad. But ultimately, I do feel like IG have the better team fighting composition. But once again, like you said, it's a matter of Top Esports not allowing Invictus Gaming to stay too comfortable with the champions that they do have. But Top Esports are making advancements towards Invictus Gaming to make sure that they can allow themselves to gain advantages as fast as they can. As we saw, Fungia did start with his E, with his Cocoon / Repel, so he's going to have a level 1 stun into likely Jachi's traps here as well. They just need the setup, and they need the space. Right now, they're just preventing Invictus Gaming from getting even close to the wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, as Fotic and Jue here, Wei is starting on the bot side too, so they're probably not going to get much help, if at all, in this early game, completely having to fend for themselves against this maximum aggression.
Oh, that's
a really good sidestep there.
Yeah, really good sidestep, avoids the cocoon, and this is Top Esports' bread and butter. They need to land these pieces of CC. They can't shove the wave too far, or else they're going to allow Invictus Gaming to start taking advantages for themselves. Way on. Up alongside Saburo. Steady lane, I would say. A little bit of an advantage for Saburo in the earlier stages since, you know, it's ranged versus Jax, but Jax can get on top of you. You do need to be careful with that. Renard, already at 130 HP, and Jarvan sniffing around, looking for an angle.
Looks like Naya wants to dive bot. There's no camp on their first blood.
What? Top Esports get first blood mid lane solo bolo from Nia, and now full agency on the bot lane. Could we see a level 3 dive? We are. Fungi goes right onto the Alistar, tanks away for the time being, repels out, does not swap the arrow just yet, and they get a clean kill bot lane. Top Esports bread and butter to snowball their way into game 5.
And first Nia and then Naya both finding really beautiful plays on the map there. Fengye sets it up beautifully for Naya with that flash cocoon onto the Alistar. Chain CC, and that's exactly what you can do with that Elise. Use that repel to drop the tower aggro and do things that otherwise should not be possible. Extremely good start from Top Esports. Perhaps the best start we've seen from them yet. And that's exactly what you're hoping for in this early game.
Yep. Question is, can they actually do something with these earlier advantages? Yes, they're going to have a lot of early game gold, and if you look at Jachi, he's already stacking a goal immediately after recalling. Gets a 300 gold, 15 CS, no problem. Gets boots for mobility, gets coal for scaling. He's going to hit power spikes really fast, really soon as well. So they want to contest these objectives as early as they can too. So first Dragon's coming up in about a minute. In Top Esports, they're controlling bot side just for that occasion.
And it hasn't been reflected into the scoreboard yet, but this Caitlyn is going to be getting pretty accelerated here, because not only did he get that early game start in the bot side, Jax then left him all these minions up here in this wave state for him to collect. So he's going to have a bit of an XP deficit, just given Ziggs is collecting a bit solo. But his gold lead is going to be quite a big here. I mean, this Caitlyn, especially once she pops that cull, she's going to probably be the richest champ in the game. So that's going to be really frustrating to deal with, because we all know how impactful Caitlyn can be at that 3-4 item power spike. You just got to get there through that sort of early game power trough.
No, absolutely, and Jax isn't really going to be jeopardized too heavily on this concession of resources over to Jachi, because it is going to still be a Jax. He is still going to have the scaling on his side. And now this is the pressure we're talking about. Fotic and Jue cannot even get close to this wave without getting severely punished. Fotic forced to buy into refillable pots alongside Renard, alongside Jue, and they're already out of resources here.
Yeah, so just to set the stakes here one more time, a lot of these players are playing for their careers right now, some of these rookies.
Oh, in comes Wei, tries to take away some advantage from Top Esports, but the fight turns around really, really fast. Top Esports looking really good. They get 2 kills off the back of that one, and Invictus Gaming turn tail and run, with Photic being the last one standing here.
And don't allow me to be the first one to mention that if Top Esports can keep this up, that's going to mean they bring this series to the Game 5 blind pick where everything's on the table.
Oh, look at
Is
the
that
6.
another?
Oh, it could have been, but Nya does not want to lose too much HP here on the dive. One more spell rotation should spell death here for Renard, as he's at 300 HP and no mana on the barfuls.
And what we're able to deduce from this is that Jia is completely able to offer to TES what they need in the bot lane from time to time, whereas Renard might not be able to live up to that rookie standard. It's funny, we got Renard mid instead of rookie and Jia bot instead of Jackie, but take a look at this engage here from Top Esports. Wei tries to answer it up, but these cupcakes are just giving him no quarter, nowhere to retreat. And really big early game advantage for TES. They're almost certainly going to be securing themselves this dragon at a really high pace. I didn't even realize it was only minute 6:30 AC. They're probably going to get the grubs and everything else they want.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we're 6 minutes in, it's already 4-0. I've seen solo queue games with a little bit more control than this in Top Esports. We talked about how hard they wanted to snowball, how oriented their team was toward that snowball. Invictus Gaming seemed to have missed the memo because they're just playing straight into their composition. Oh, ultimate fail here by Saburo. Gnar misses under tower, and now it's Zuyan's turn to fight back and get Saburo a little bit of a taste of his medicine. No jump available from Gnar. Zuyan is just chasing down the mini Gnar down to death, but he's going to let off just a little bit for now and retain control of the wave state here.
And right as I was about to praise Saburo for keeping the game in a decent shape just by him having a completely fine lane state and also playing super well in game 1 and 2, we just see something like that happen. And it makes you wonder if IG has any winning lanes at this point, if TES is just going to run them over.
That's a support Elise, by the way, and that was like 50% of the HP done with 1 spell rotation from Fengyue. But let's see what else Top Esports have in store, because Photic does land level 6, which means the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to allow Invictus Gaming for a little space to breathe, but no objectives in the bot lane means that they're going to be left to their own devices. Grubs are spawning in. Right now, it's no man's land on that top half of the map.
Yeah, and this is the very hard stage of the game to play for the Syndra. You just get poked out and traded out. We see this Jarvan has the Cataclysm.
Nio might be looking for a fight. Flash in from Wade as Zuyan does leave his jungler alone. The Cataclysm on Wade does force him to flash out, but it's going to be all that she wrote as Top Esports disengage from this fight, want nothing to do with it, and probably sacrifice grubs in the process too.
Yeah, this could be a pretty effective counterpunch from IG if they can get all 3 of these grubs, but it doesn't look like TES is going to allow that to happen so easily. We see both the teleports coming in, and Wei is probably not long for this river.
No, but not you.
He steals it!
Oh, he does steal it, and that's grub number 1 for Top Esports. Weian is in the middle of that fight. Gets Jue under a stun, lets the grubs reset. Gnar sets him up against the wall. That's going to be a kill for Photic, the first one for Invictus Gaming, and that's going to allow them to secure the grubs for the time being. Flag and drag available, Cataclysm not so much, but Smite is live, and he just needs 1 grub from Invictus Gaming to secure the camp for Top Esports. In they go. Big pulverize from Jue, knocks 3 people up. Top Esports take down Wei in the process, and they're clearing House Hero with Invictus Gaming. Renard's in a good position. Everybody's life bar is critical, but nobody from Top Esports dies. Now they find a kill on Fengyue. Now they find a kill on Jia. It looks like Photic is in the game, and he's looking as dangerous as ever.
Yeah, and this is scuffed, scrappy, hand-to-hand League of Legends, exactly what you want to watch. And IG honestly making themselves a pretty decent bit of a comeback here. It looked like there was a bit of a few mistakes going on there from their end. Wei not even getting that first grub either, but Zuyan just went far too deep, completely got himself 1 shot. And same thing goes for Fengyue. You're just so squishy. If you go up and this fights continue like this, you're just going to get completely one-tapped as well. So IG making themselves a bit of a comeback in this game right now.
Yeah, Zuyan a little bit mispositioned there. You should have been closer to the team. I mean, As much as they're snowballing, they can't just immediately blink towards you, so they start this fight with a member down. Even though they do steal the first grub, the second one falls in favor of Invictus, and the rest of the fight is all about Photic's positioning.
Yeah, what a beautiful flash combo from Jue. As we speak of the devil, he might unfortunately not be long for this river either, but
Yeah.
I mean, he's been having himself an interesting game. His scoreboard doesn't really
Wait!
reflect his performance, but Chachi, what happened there?
Solo Bolo by Solo Boro. It's
I
top
like it.
lane. What Jachi got caught off trying to get some gold for himself, and he took the ultimate punishment.
Oh, and that is just not at all what you want to be having. They just lost the entire gold lead, especially with all these minions crashing under the bot tower, and Jack's not feeling safe to even collect this right now. Keep in mind the Ziggs W and the grubs.
All this gold falling in the pockets of a hyperscaling Photic. Now Wei comes in the picture as well, saying, I want some of that gold, and that plate falls with Wei as well. But Photic ultimately really close to taking first brick, and that cocoon misses. It hits the minion. Fungia tries to get a pick, doesn't quite get it, and Photic's positioning, once again staying true to himself, will allow him to survive. Now with Jue in the picture, they will allow Top Esports to take the dragon, but we'll take a look at the replay of what happened here. Oh, that was beautiful from
The
Squirrel.
Caitlyn E gets completely counteracted by the Gnar ult, knocking him twice the distance all the way into the wall, completely catching Jiachi off guard, and that is extremely damaging for their hopes of winning, because look at this XP lead that Photic has been able to develop for himself. It's a similar story from the rest of this series, where Photic is just performing better, so Bro can win this.
Will it be another solo Boro? We'll have to wait and see. Meganar coming up, and Zweon says, I know how this story goes. So he walks away, tries to jump into a minion wave, and now in comes Wei. Gets the stun ultimate, but doesn't quite find a kill, as the counter-strike does deny a lot of damage there.
Yep, I mean, it's good that Zweon is able to survive that, because TES, if they can just stop this bleeding a little bit, I have a feeling they're going to be completely fine, okay? They got a couple Drakes, they got the majority of the grubs, they got the feats of strength, and their comp, as much as it doesn't do too well in the late game as opposed to the early, if they can just get themselves enough pace to secure 4 dragons, that's their win condition right now. So as TES, you got to keep your foot on the gas as much as you possibly can and try and get yourselves this Rift Herald, this dragon, and everything else you can find.
But the problem is, Top Esports shouldn't even be in a position where they're bleeding right now. With the advantage that they got early on, I feel like it was just a couple of missed fights that really took them by surprise. Renard now gets caught in between towers, flashed out of the Cataclysm, and Top Esports, once again, in a not so optimal position, spent a lot of resources to try to take a kill, but couldn't quite find it.
Yeah, Wei having to expend the flash, Reynard having to expend the flash. That's definitely going to add up a little bit here, especially given the fact they're against a Jarvan. So Naya looking for that next Cataclysm to really count. A silent but deadly 0-0-6 here so far on the Jarvan, having himself a quiet game, but under the radar, if you know what I'm saying, because he's playing himself a pretty good series. If his team can just do a bit better, Jiachi, leave it those mistakes at that. Do not have another unnecessary death. And Feng Yue just being able to have proper face checks, set up some crowd control for these traps for this Jarvan engage. They could be completely fine here. They just need to make sure that they don't fall through this thin ice.
Yeah, but it's such a hard position to be in, because the fact is they are trying to gain advantage through kills, and they are leading in kills 7 and 4. But if you look at the goal graph, IG are actually leading. And they're slowly but surely starting to claw their way into a much more healthier mid-game / potential late game. Right now, Photic is absolutely untouchable, and Top Esports can't do anything about it. They cannot reach that backline to take down Photic. They cannot shut down the Ziggs. And trust me, it is a viable win condition here for Invictus Gaming if they manage to hold on to that power spike.
I mean, it definitely is. And the problem is for Top Esports is that the fact IG has a 1k gold lead on the bot lane and the top lane position.
Oh,
In
massive
conjunction,
headbutt pulverized combo from Jue. Vongyin might be in trouble, and Wei misses yet another hard piercer. Let's see if they can get the objective at the very least, because Invictus, they're starting to put the pedal to the metal and starting to take home some fights for themselves.
yeah, I was just about to draw attention to Saburo and Photic's XP leads here. And
Oh,
look how
you're
much
dead.
damage he's doing in this mid lane. As Jiachi can't even safely stand up so much.
Oh, jeez, that's a lot of damage from a single bomb. Flash from Photic trying to get the auto attack. Can't quite find the range, but the Herald falls for Invictus Gaming. Nya tries to jump over the wall, take down Wade, doesn't quite find him. Photic still putting out pressure and allowing the team to recall and gain some goal, or to cash in the goal from the resources they just got.
Yes, such a close try from Photic there. I mean, he's still been playing really well for himself. You can forgive him for that, but a really big shutdown on his head right now. 600 plus gold. We got to make sure that this Photic gameplay continues as IG and as top esports. We got to kill this guy. He just used Flash. We must have way on top of him. We've got Jarvan, Elise, Jax, LeBlanc.
Oh, that's one Q.
Dude,
One
that's
bouncing
like
bomb.
a third of his HP from one
Yup.
bouncing bomb, man. That is extremely powerful stuff here from Photic.
Yep, and even though Jachi does have red, which means he can sustain through all of that, it's just not a fun matchup to be up against. Because you're a Caitlyn, you expect to have rage advantage, but then you eat a bouncing grenade from 3 screens across the map. That's not going to be a fun time for you to be for you to have. So you're going to have to keep your distance away from Photic until you have your team's backup to try to take him down. Remember, Photic does not have flash. Top esports know this well.
Yeah, I think that's your main in route here as top esports. You punish this flashless Syndra, this flashless Ziggs, even the Alistar having no flash. It's really difficult to secure this dragon safely, but I think you just have to go for it. You need your win condition to stay alive.
Counter-Strike is is on cooldown right now, so Boro tries to keep his distance so he doesn't take too much damage. Meganard is almost up and available. He tries to get his ultimate, gets Jax up against the wall. Look at the damage, but the Counter-Strike is good. Swayon will get the solo kill on Soboro. Jax is on the board too.
I mean, that is so pivotal. Whoever wins that 1v1 is able to do damage to the tower and be an additional threat on the map. If not anything, recall right here. Use your teleport to secure this bot side play. This is really big ups to TES.
Oh, and now the Herald gets summoned, goes straight towards the bot side where top esports were safely doing the dragon. And now Jue is in a prime position for a headbutt, massive headbutt pulverized. Teleport on the back. Wei tries to save some space for Photic. Swayon, however, just got the solo kill and he's gonna die to Wei! Massive Jue now with the opening, tries to get into the backline. Top esports scatter and leave the dragon for Invictus Gaming to collect.
But Swayon, what have you done, man? The game was so chill, and just give Viego a free reset. Even losing your flash and teleport for 0. This is what's gonna happen.
Oh, massive bouncing grenade. There's not, you might be in trouble. Saboro gets yet another kill. Sport is down. Means no vision control for top esports. Means now the Herald gets a free charge on tier 2 bot. Megan Inferno Bomb to maintain vision. Invictus Gaming crack open the game. Take home the dragon. Take tier 2 bot. And now it's just a matter of circling around their advantages to contest Atacon on top side when it spawns.
It's just so sad for Jueon there because you outplay Saboro and you really have the top gap in a good spot for yourself there. Unfortunately, Ziggs ulti prevents you from pushing, forces you into grouping, and sometimes you just press teleport on the wrong spot of the map and it just costs you dearly.
Yep. And Wade just absolutely flashed over the wall, got the smite kill, further disrespect, immediately took over Jax, Counter-Strike to avoid the headshot from Caitlyn, and the rest is history. Soboro absolutely zoning out top esports, allowing the whole squad to do what they want with top esports, taking tier 2, taking dragon, completely taking over the game, and what looked like a promising start from TES now becomes a 4K lead for IG.
Yeah, and I think it cannot be understated how effective that Rift Herald was for Jue to get in there and disrupt TES, because they had a really good setup right there. and their characters were really effective. They had Jax with the teleport advantage as well. All they had to do was just kind of keep themselves in that river, hold the choke points, hold the line. But that Rift Herald was just a total cheat code to break through and just set themselves up for success right now. And just Jueon with that teleport really costing his team dearly. We're going to need him to revenge himself, redeem himself rather, get some revenge for that mistake, because right now we have IG in the lead, even though TES had more objectives.
Yep. And now it's a dance around the Otacon. Top Esports are in a good position, but we're getting to a point where Invictus Gaming, well, their tanks are getting a little bit too tanky for the kind of composition Top Esports drafted themselves into. They needed to get the early snowball going, and they did, but they needed to maintain full priority over all lanes, which they couldn't. Photic is completely out of control. Saboro is massive right now with a Black Lever and a Trinity Force. And let's not talk about Jue. Look at this. 2 players trying to dive Saboro. He's turning it around, fearlessly going for Zwan right now. And Nayu has nothing to do here. And now we do see the redemption coming down. Saboro gets a second win. Nayu might be in trouble as Jue comes in with a headball pulverized. Doesn't quite get the target. Wei as well collapses in this mid lane. And everybody from Top Esports turns tail and runs away.
Yeah, really good flash from Nile there to at least escape with his life, but as TES here, you gotta be finding your way back in. This composition of theirs is so indexed into the early game, and it's just so aggressive. I mean, this Elise is so incredibly outscaled right now. This Alistar must be worth 5 Fengyers right now, just given the fact that he's so squishy and has so much less CC utility to offer as the Elise. You had the early game dive, but you weren't able to keep that snowball alive.
Oh, and Jachi almost gets one-shot by Photic by a couple of, by one single spell rotation. Otacon getting made. Top Esports don't even get the space to get into the pit. Zueyon comes in. Smite 50-50. It's still at 2.3k, but the fight rolls out. Invictus Gaming decide to go for the fight instead of Otacon, and they go straight for the backline. Everybody's in trouble. Nya's down for the count. Zueyon still in the pit, still tanking the Otacon, but it's ultimately Photic who goes untouched throughout the fight, gathers yet another 3 kills here off the back of this trade, or actually 1 kill at the back of this trade, 404 with a couple of assists, and Invictus Gaming are just dominating the transition to the mid game.
Yeah, and although Top Esports was in great condition at the start of this game, even securing the feats to strengthen themselves, a very strong early game, they just completely flop face first onto the ground. They face plant and they make themselves some huge mistakes to throw away this game.
It was the all or nothing. They just couldn't bring it all, you know? They ran out of steam way too fast, and Jachi was out of the fight before it even started.
Yeah, Jachi, you know, he had himself a pretty good early game, but remember that earlier mistake that he made, dying in the top lane, and now he just can't even survive much longer.
Yep, Jue is down for the count, but he trades jungler for support. That's a trade that Invictus Gaming take any day of the week. Renard now in the middle of the fight as well, frontlining everybody and everything,
Okay.
but Top Esports, they know what their territory is. They can buy back. The problem is when the guys with the bigger health bars start to join the fight as well. What can Top Esports do? Absolutely nothing. No cooldowns means no fight. Nya managed to distort his way out of his own jungle, but he gets smited for the disrespect, and Wei collects the kill. It's the ace for Invictus Gaming, and the mid lane is wide open for the taking.
Right, just because Top Esports started off on the right foot doesn't mean they're going to end up keeping it that way. IG cementing themselves a 10,000 gold lead right now, and honestly, I got Photic on this.
That's a 6-1-6 massive shutdown going in the hands of Fungi, but he needs to go back to base to cash in that gold, and you know, Wei helps him out with that department. You know, here, take a free ticket back to base. You've earned it, buddy. You're gonna cash in that at 1k that he collected from Photic, but I think it's too little too late. It's a 10k gold lead for Invictus Gaming with 3 inhibitors wide open, one of them taken down.
Yeah, I think it's too little too late indeed. I mean, we have seen good looks out of Top Esports in a few of the fights around this series. In every given game, they've had some kind of life in them, but in this one, it's just all she wrote. You can't possibly keep up anymore.
Why are we bullying her? Let her farm. Caitlyn just wants to farm. She had such a promising early game. Remember when Jachi was 3-0 at the beginning of the game?
Oh, I absolutely do, and I just can't think of how we got from there to here.
You know, it started with a solo bowl in a top lane by Soroboro. But now we are taking a look at the replay of the fight. Top Esports are still trying to contest their own jungle. They have no jungle left.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really get to play the game on their terms and conditions anymore. It was that way at the start, but it's not going to be the case for much longer. In the picture-in-picture, we might just see the Jarvan go down here. I mean, look how far they're forced back. There's just not much they can do at all. And we were wondering, with the narrative of this series, how is the undisplayed team here, the debut team of Top Esports and their LDL prospects, going to stack up against IG and some of their proven Demacia Cup players? And it just might have been a shaky start in game one for IG, but they might just be the better team after all, after these next 3 games in the series, really showing a much clearer and well ahead performance ahead of TES.
Yeah, but now Saboro walking away from the Baron pit. 5-man Baron play coming for Invictus Gaming. Reminder that the inhibitors are wide open around the Top Esports base. Inhibitor on the mid lane is completely taken out as well, which means super minions are starting to roll down the mid lane. And now Top Esports trying to pick a fight wherever they can, trying to flip a fight and maybe get some gold in their pockets once again. But Invictus Gaming, they're sticking it together. And Wei just isolated Fangye for another kill onto Photic's pocket. Nayu and Zweyan are on the bot lane trying to get away from the onslaught of Invictus Gaming, the unstoppable rampage with Wei leading the charge straight towards the inhibitor. 3-4 people on the bot lane, cracking it open while you have Renard in the mid lane, boosting up the minions, taking him straight down to mid lane, and what a blast from Invictus Gaming! Wow, Meganar inside the Cataclysm! Jarvan working against his own team, and Invictus Gaming securing game number 4 and moving forward in a knockout stage!
Welcome to the semi-finals. Invictus Gaming as they take a handed victory over TES. A shaky start in game 1, but game 2, 3, 4, they showed up, they showed out, they delivered. And IG, some big shoes to fill for some of these players. As we said, the Shy in the top lane. Saboro says, who's that? I'm solo Boro up there, completely smurfing it, and even Renard holding it down in the shoes of Rookie. The team did what had to be done, but if there's any MVP for me this series, it still has to be Photic, man. He just completely outplayed his opponent from start to finish. If you saw this game right here, there was huge gold leads across the board for TES. There was one man who held the line for IG with a 0 in that middle column, staying alive, getting the CS, biding his time until his moment to strike, and that's exactly what Photic did. He played really well. Him and Saboro completely popping off this series.
Absolutely. I mean, despite all of the dives, despite all of that early pressure, it fizzled out super fast, and that's the consequence of having this type of drafting this type of composition from Top Esports side. And to be fair to Saboro, he is a very convincing player that just felt a tad bit too overconfident in game 1. You know, the Rek'Sai might have not have been the option, might have not have been the play there, but he came back great. Game 2, he was in the Cassante prison. He learned his lesson. He played with the team, and he was just able to shine through with the Gnar in game 4. And honestly, Top Esports, they did good. They did really good. They just bled way too many resources over to Invictus Gaming, which they just could not have bled with such a fragile early game composition that Top Esports drafted.
Yeah, and this replay right here is where everything fell apart for me with TES. Jax was able to get that solo kill in the top side, but just teleporting to way too aggressive of a position, completely getting one shot and allowing Viego to also reset as well. And such beautiful look from Renard there. He wasn't necessarily able to have his performance reflected in the scoreboard, but he did all right for himself after that solo kill. Nia did land onto him. You know, you gotta feel for the guy stepping up into the LPL, you know, into the shoes of Rookie. It's no easy task, and I mean, this game at these kind of frames here and these kind of replays, it was already said and done. I think a lot of it had to do with Saboro solo killing Jackie, and that their champion just gets so outscaled. The LeBlanc, the Elise, the Jarvan, even the Caitlyn, until you get to 4 or 5 items, you're just not able to keep up.
You're not. The thing is, they were executing the micro really well. The dive was really well executed at level 3. I wasn't expecting that dive to go as well as it did. Fungi did good on the Elise until he just worn his welcome out. You know, he just became a redundant stun bot way too fast. As an Elise, you're not supposed to lose that pressure that fast, but Jue just got way too big. Saburo just got too big, and this last ultimate, the Cataclysm was there to lock everyone down, but it was absolutely used against him. Saburo just destroyed that backline, and the MVP of this match, and no one's surprised, fools. Like you said, it was Photic. It had to.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see my boy Photic get the player of the game this match because, frankly, as I was saying, he deserves the player of the series in my eyes. Just absolutely holding it down in the bot lane over there. Just because the enemy team has the Caitlyn Elise doesn't mean you gotta lose the bot lane. He dodged the cocoons when it mattered most. He survived all of the aggression that came out from top esports and was just that pillar, that rock that they needed in the bot lane in game 4 and game 1, 2, 3 as well in this series. Just really performing much better than his counterpart, showing what experience in the league gets for you. And I think as Jachi, you can't be too upset with yourself. You came up, you showed out, you made some plays of your own, but unfortunately Photic just might be slightly a cut above, and that's why IG was able to show themselves in this tournament so far.
And also the jungle. I mean, I don't want to say jungle diff because Nayo is an experienced jungler as is, but Wei felt so much more loose in the jungle. He felt so much more confident in his squad, and it makes such a massive difference. We saw that difference being made. Wei was just in tune with the rest of the squad in ways that allowed him to go for plays that I personally wasn't expecting, but I was really happy to cast him, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, and you have to keep in mind that Wei was a player who was able to reach the finals of Worlds, getting to that fateful Game 5 against T1 and just wasn't able to get there, him and Shun for BLG, with Wei also having some tenure on RNG as well. This is a player who's been around the league and has really made a name for himself. So that's probably why he was able to have the upper hand in this matchup. You know, Nayo did his best to help him and his rookie shine, but I think Wei was just in a much better spot to perform, and just is a player who's able to do so.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to cut it for this first best of 5 series of the knockout stage. Invictus Gaming move forward. Top Esports, well, their debut match was their closing match as well. And this is what the bracket is looking like right now, folks.
Yep, so IG gonna move it up into the semifinals for our first in that bottom semifinal now. We're gonna see who they're gonna face off against between OMG and LNG. A very stacked quarterfinal matchup that one's gonna be, and it's gonna be very exciting to see which teams are able to keep their runs alive in this Demacia Cup, because the first stage and the second stage of the tournament is all fun and games, but things really get intense in this third stage here, where it's elimination. Everyone's team's lives are on the line here in these best of 5 formats, and I'm hoping that we're gonna get to see some of these blind picks come out, some of these game 5s, because these are some really closely stacked matchups. And so I think anybody can advance from this stage of the tournament, and this is anybody's Demacia Cup.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, even though we did not get a Game 5 today, I am fully expecting that Game 5 to come out tomorrow, because the show is absolutely not over. We're going to have best of 5 matches from here on out, and tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starring JDG versus EDG. It is going to be one heck of a series. I'm looking forward to watch it, and I hope you guys are too. It's going to happen tomorrow at, well, same time as it was today, depends on where you are. For me, it was 9 a.m. on the UK timeline. Fools, what time was it for you?
I mean, we are doing some pretty nocturnal behavior over in NA, so you can only imagine sometimes these broadcasts are starting at 5 a.m. and 4 a.m. Eastern time and such. So we're really putting in as much as we can for the fans, trying to make sure that they're able to see some of these amazing series, because these are some really exciting gameplays. You know, in the LPL, this is crazy is our game. You know, we don't know what to expect. Anybody can win in any given matchup. People just click their hearts out around here, and you love to see it. And you already know that this Demacia Cup quarterfinals is just going to be in for even more bangers.
Absolutely. We love to see it. And if you guys out there at home love to see us, well, make sure to go over to our Ko-fi page and help us out, you know, because we do this as a community project, but we rely on your guys' Ko-fi donations to actually keep the show running, and we'll really appreciate your guys' support. Make sure you check us out if you can. But for today, that's all. It's Shiro. Invictus Gaming take a 3-1 massive win over Top Esports and continue on the bracket on the knockout stage. From myself, from Foles, and from everybody behind the scenes, we appreciate you guys watching. We hope you have a wonderful, wonderful holiday season, and we'll see you back again here tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. So stay tuned, and thank you.